Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody is having a blessed Shabbat. Shout out Cabo, Guatemala. Shout out to his congregation that he teaches. And shout out to all the brothers and sisters out there in LA, Atlanta, different parts of the country that are with LA Judah. Shalom, isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Rochester, isbhpk Virginia, Norfolk. Just a heads up, everybody, we are going to have the Passover in Norfolk, Virginia. Well, in Virginia, I'm not sure exactly where, but in Virginia this year. So when you guys get your opportunities, get your tickets and everything y'all need ahead of time as much as possible to get ready for that trip, because we are going out to Virginia this year. So I just want to make sure that brothers and sisters know as quick as possible. That's the intention. But with all that being said, hope everybody has a 12 day today, and we should be getting going really soon. Let's get our prayers up real quick, and then we'll get into the class. Okay. Energy. Perfect. All right. Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananel. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananel. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Majum, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananel. Hashabbat. Ba'shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Hahayam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamoya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoya, Makol, Right, Yashimar, Yapasha, Yahweh, Yashimar, Awalakia, Wabawa'aya, Wa'aitha, Wa'ay, Iwalam, Amat.
I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yashrala, Yahweh, Elohayna, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashrala, Yahweh, Elohayna, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashrala, Yahweh, Elohayna, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawo,
Abanawo,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shemayim,
Wadash,
Wadash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Molakwafka,
Molakwafka,
Daba'ah,
Daba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Arataza,
Arataza,
Hawa,
Hawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashemayim,
Bashemayim,
Nathalanao,
Nathalanao,
Lacham,
Lacham,
Ko,
Ko,
Dawam, Wasalachnao,
Wasalachnao,
Chawathino,
Chawathino,
Kasalachnao,
Kasalachnao,
Chawathino,
Chawathino,
Wala'ah, Nabiya'anao,
Nabiya'anao,
Banasai 1,
Banasai 1,
Abo,
Abo,
Awashino,
Awashino,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rai,
Hayah,
Hayah, Laka,
Laka,
Amalakwa,
Amalakwa,
Waha'ala,
Waha'ala,
Wahathapa Ara,
Wahathapa Ara,
La'ai Walamyam.
La'ai
Amen.
Amen.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power forever. Amen.
Come on. Amen.
Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ai Yahaya,
La'ai,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahaya,
Alahaya,
Lachaya,
Lachaya,
Aya,
Aya,
Anya,
Anya,
Thou shalt have no other powers for me.
La'a,
La'a,
Aina,
Aina,
Laka,
Laka,
Paso,
Paso,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Ta'aibanu,
Ta'aibanu,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'a,
La'a,
Thalachwacha,
Thalachwacha,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa,
Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
La Kodashwa.
Kodashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a,
La'a,
Tharatazak.
Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a,
La'a,
Thana'a.
Thana'a,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a,
La'a,
Tagana.
Thou
Tagana,
shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a,
La'a,
Tha'aina.
Ta'aina,
Shakwar.
Shakwar,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a,
La'a,
Thachamat.
Thachamat,
Ko,
Ko,
Asherah.
Asherah,
La Ra'aika.
La Ra'aika,
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahshai,
Hahawa'a.
Hahawa'a.
Hathamaнаwa.
Hathamaнаwa.
Hathamara.
Hathamara.
Bless you, Yahweh, and name Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay, Israel Yeshavian. All right. Well, we went into last week. We went into last week. Elijah getting picked up in a chariot and taken home, and we also went into the consequences of Jehoshaphat and his willingness to make alliances with negative Israelites, and the cost that it had when he joined marriages between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. We'll go into that in more specifics next week. But today we're going to go into the exploits of Elisha. Okay, we know that Elisha, when Elisha wanted to have a double portion of Elijah's spirit, Elijah said, "Man, that was a hard request to give, but if he saw him get beamed up in the chariot and taken away, then that means he would get a double portion of Elijah's spirit." And we're gonna see really what the understanding of that double portion of spirit really was today in class. We're just gonna go over a lot of his great exploits, his great just the great spiritual moves he made at a time when Baal worship was on the rise.
Yeah.
Israel was on the precipice of falling soon. And Most High was having his prophets still warn and teach Israel as much as possible in hopes that everybody will come back around to pleasing the Most High. And he was using a lot of these, what you're going to read is a lot of these exploits, a lot of the healing, and a lot of the great things he did. The Most High knew that with all these miracles, word would get around. And in hopes the word would get around, Israel would sit back here and realize that the Most High was the true power, instead of them following the Babylonian principles, following Baal and all the other idols that were starting to become prevalent at the time. So that's where we're at now, and we're going to go into one of the first stories that kind of really show how Elisha was that powerful man. Now, all the other lower level prophets or younger prophets knew that the mantle had been given from Elijah to Elisha. That was the last thing that happened to his mantle was left. He took that mantle and used that mantle to cross Jordan again. So everybody knew he was the man by using that same mantle to cross over to Jordan like his predecessor Elijah did. So that was one of the first things he did. But now we're going to start seeing other specific things that Elisha did for the people. So the first chapter we're going to go into is 2 Kings chapter 4. Quran, let's get it started.
Kariah, Shashabatah, Banashah, Banyasha'ala.
Kariah, Shashabatah, Banashah, Banyashah, Amajah, Ruck, Yahweh Hashem Shabrakatah.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabrakatah.
All right.
Smooth.
Was that?
That was smooth.
I'm trying to figure it out to see different ways to make the sounds pop out. I didn't realize when you hit it, it changed the tone. But anyway, I just need to learn how to be better at it. Let's get it done, man. Let's get chapter 4 and verse 1.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1. Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Most High, and the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen.
So this widow approaches Elisha and says, listen, man, you know that my husband was one of the prophets or the servants of the Lord. And because of his dedication to serving the Lord, and I'm not going to say because of it, that'll explain itself later. She just says, you know my husband was dedicated to the work. And in being dedicated to the work, he became in debt. And he became in debt, he died. So now those debts are transferred to the sons and to the wife. And if the wife didn't have the money, according to law, it was lawful for the creditors to take the sons and make them bondmen or workers to pay off their debt. Either they were going to pay the debt in full, or they was going to work until the year of Jubilee. And then all the debts were forgiven. Now, we're going to just go into the scripture that explains that process of the bondservant real quick. So we're going to go to Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39. Leviticus 25, verse 39 through 43. Let me get it real quick. Leviticus 25, verse 39 through 43. Let's do it.
Leviticus chapter 25 and verse 39. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee by waxing poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant.
So right now, even in the situation where the sons were going to have to be workers, he says, just on a law level, you couldn't make Israel slaves to other Israelites. So even these sons, it was going to be a crappy deal, but the creditors were in their right to take the sons and have them work off the debt. They just couldn't make them bond servants. Read on.
But as in hired servants.
So it was a different level of classism. They were a hired servant to just work off a debt. So they weren't supposed to be treated like a slave. Read on.
And as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee.
So they have to work off that debt until that 50th year kicks in. Okay? Read on.
And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return.
Let's see, this is the way it was done so that there wasn't any foreclosures. Because normally, in American system, if you can't pay your debt or you can't pay your mortgage, what ends up happening? They take the house, they take the land, they take all of your family's ancestral land. In this situation, the land stays in the name of the people that it was originally given to, but the child's life or the man's life, you got to work off the debt until the debt's clear. Then whatever you built and accrued family-wise, you take it back to your ancestral land. So this mother was like, listen, man, my husband died. He was a servant of the prophets, and he was in debt. So I'm coming to you, Elisha. What can be done to keep my young sons from being these bond servants? They got to work until the damn year of Jubilee kicks in.
And the word bond means chain.
I'm sorry, they were hired servants. They're not bond servants.
Yeah, but I was just know the word bond in the Hebrew word meaning chain or fetter or slave.
Yeah, and so he says he wasn't going to treat debtors like slaves. Israelite debtors like slaves. He was going to treat them like hired servants, but still, hired servitude, you take away from your home. You got to work for somebody else's land and bust your tail
Or double work.
until the debt is.
You get less. You get less. He has to get what he needs first.
That's the
That's
one.
payoff.
So you got to pay the debt off. But it also shows you even the notion that Israel has about not paying debt. Israel's quick to just not pay debts out. Israel's quick to not pay bills, not pay debts, not pay a credit card payment. Israel gets credit card payments just to burn the credit cards out. Just to run through them. Even the notion of credit and not taking care of responsibility is a non-Israelite thing. How about that one? Israel wants to operate like, yes, man, credit's for losers and having whatever credit scores for losers. We will get out of Esau's kingdom. So me not being a part of Esau's kingdom means that I'm not supposed to pay debts off and be responsible. That's what Israel says all the time. You're supposed to be yakwapping Esau. Y'all taking Esau. That's not what the Bible says.
Right.
The Bible says you're supposed to be responsible. You're supposed to be a man of honor and responsible. Not just sitting back here cutting corners and being a nigger at the table. That's what the scripture says. Don't be a nigger at the table. A taker and a user and a usurper. So, with that being the case, this is the situation that is presented. Are we finishing verse? Did we get to verse 43 yet?
No, we on 42 now.
Let's go to 42.
Come. For they are my servants.
So he says, the Most High is like, listen, you're not going to have Israel be slaves because they're my slaves.
They belong to me.
That's the
You
point.
can borrow.
Yeah, but they're my slaves.
You don't own them.
I own them. How about that? We're owed to the Most High.
And this is why it plays into the Most High dealing with us in Egypt.
Yes.
Us with the Romans. Us all the empires. We're in the empire. We're not of the empire. Because we don't belong to the empire. We belong to the Most High. We're citizens playing off of debt.
But with that, why was the Most High consistently ramping up our captivities? Because the Most High was like this. If you're not going to be a servant to me, you're going to be a servant to the nations that hate you. You're not getting around the fact that you are going to serve.
Yeah.
I always, in a few weeks, it's going to get really clear how the fall of Babylon didn't have to happen. We didn't have to fall to Babylon.
It's a bad fall.
We could have been a vassal state to Babylon, and Babylon was cool. Babylon just told us, listen, man, pay us our taxes and don't line up with the Egyptians, and we'll let you be. It was that simple. Don't align with Egypt. Don't coerce with them. Pay your debt, and we'll leave you be. Israel did it twice, didn't listen, and so then the Babylonians broke us. But why did Israel try to align with Egypt? Because they didn't want to be under who? Under the Babylonians. They didn't want to be servants. They thought they were above being servants. But the Most High is like, you're not going to be above being servants. You didn't want to serve me, so you're going to serve the nations now. Now your reign on the top was short like leprechauns out. Their reign on the top was short out. You thought you was going to be in power forever. You guys thought you was going to have this sovereignty as a nation forever. Kingdom. And like, but you know what? Because you guys didn't want to serve the Most High, you're going to lose your sovereignty.
Which is a heavy blow.
I know that, but it was a blow to their pride. But Israel didn't think they deserved to be servants or sovereign to another nation.
And it goes back to when we were going to try to get our own land, and we were in the wilderness, and we're playing games with God. We're playing rebellion games with the Father before we even had our own land.
Yep.
We're sitting here and take these giants out, follow instructions, and locking to Moses. All this was going on, and we finally got the kingdom. We finally got there after 40 years, and we were still rebelling.
I know. Because
you remember the whole time.
We don't want to. We didn't want to follow anybody
in general
ever.
But the Egyptians,
not even them really.
They were just mighty of flesh.
Listen, they just loved the flesh of Egypt. They didn't want to work. They was getting tired of working there.
Yes.
Remember they complaining about the work conditions? Yeah. Israel was complaining all the time. They don't want to serve nobody. Romans too. They were tired of serving the Romans. They were tired of paying debt to the damn Greeks. It was a constant pattern of this. So the Most High, like, listen, you're going back to the point. Israel's not going to be slaves to other Israelites because they're supposed to be slaves to the Most High. We are indebted to the Most High, and as long as we keep that mind frame, He would allow us to operate with some type of freedom. But let's continue. Give me verse 42 again.
Come on. It says, for they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy power.
Exactly. Listen, even though it was going to suck to send her young children into hired servitude, it wasn't supposed to be. We were supposed to be humane to our own people and not be taskmasters.
Yeah.
That was the law. So let that go. Go back to 2 Kings chapter 4. Now what we're going to do is explain what man this was that got in debt and died in the first place. So we're going to hold that and go to the Josephus. We're going to book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 2. Excuse me. Yes, sir. So Josephus, book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 2.
Come. The Antiquity of the Jews, book 9, chapter 4, and paragraph 2, in page 248. It says, for they say that the widow of Obadiah, Ahab's steward, came to him and said that he was not ignorant how her husband had preserved the prophets that were to be slain by Jezebel.
Now listen, that goes back to the story in 1 Kings chapter 18. We're going to hold this and go to 1 Kings chapter 18. 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 1. 1 Kings 18 verse 1 through 4. We might go a little further than that, but let's go 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 1.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 1. And it came to pass after many days that the word of the Most High came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, go, show thyself unto Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth.
So this is the point where it was like 3.5 years of famine, 3.5 years of drought. And the Most High telling Elijah to go back and meet up with Ahab so that the rains can come. Okay, read on.
And Elijah went to show himself unto Ahab, and there was a sore famine in Samaria.
The reason there was a sore famine in Samaria was because Ahab and Jezebel were pushing idolatry. They were implementing the enforcement of the policies. There were prophets and people who taught the Bible were public enemy number one. So it wasn't just like back in the time of Jeroboam where idolatry was accepted or embraced or you were given options. By the time they got to Ahab, there was an enforcement of idolatry. There was an implementation of living this way. It was more pushed authority. So now it wasn't cool. It was unsafe to talk about the Most High. It was unsafe to talk about the laws of the Heavenly Father. That was how detrimental the time and the season was. So continue. Verse 3.
And Ahab called Obadiah, which was the governor of his house.
So listen, this guy, Obadiah, was the number 2 in charge of Ahab's kingdom. He was an Israelite. It also proves what? This man wasn't some broke dude. To be number 2 in the empire, you had some things, right? To be number 2 in the leadership class, it wasn't like you was some broke dude. You had resources, you had money, you had influence, you had power, right? Now this is this guy Obadiah. So what did he do?
It says, now Obadiah feared the Most High greatly.
So Obadiah feared the Most High. Obadiah served the Most High. But he also had responsibilities at his job in his political government to sit back and appease Ahab at the same time. So he had to wear 2 hats.
Kind of balance.
What's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say it. Kind of balance. He had to find a balance.
He had to find his order
Yeah.
with his boss. Is the king. Listen, if you defy the king, you're what? You're ixnayed out. You're done out. So he had to sit back and obey the king and still find ways to please the Heavenly Father at the same time. We're done.
Verse 4. For it was so, when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Most High.
When it means cut off the prophet, that means, listen, man, if you find a prophet, 1-800 call Jezebel. 1-800 Jezebel. We're gonna gather them. Wait, Jezebel's like 7 letters. Yeah, so 1-800 Jezebel, right? Jezebel.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, call the hotline, and we're gonna go get these cops. We're gonna get them. You gonna get paid a handsome fee. We're gonna snatch up all these prophets, right? That's what was happening. Not the actual phone number, but you get the point. Contact on up, and we're gonna get these dudes and eradicate these prophets.
Reports, we can do it.
Because the prophets of Baal, listen, that was even why damn Elijah had to run off. They were after him. Read on.
Come. For it was so, when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Most High, that Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them by 50 in a cave, and fed them with bread and water.
Listen, think about day to day, week to week, month to month, what it cost during a famine to keep 100 men fed. He bankrolled it. He bankrolled the operation. We didn't go into this in detail, but you can see now as we're going into 2 Kings 4, there was a consequence to bankrolling these people for the period of time he was bankrolling them. Don't forget, the famine hit for 3.5 years. Nobody knows how long Jezebel had it out for these prophets and how long he was bankrolling these prophets to be hid and protected. It's a good chance that he was bankrolling them before the famine started. Let's just say 3.5 years of bankrolling people. What does that do to your savings?
It diminishes it.
And then once you deplete your savings, what are you doing now? What's your next option?
Boring.
Now you gotta get loans.
Hustling.
Well, loans first. Loans is second. Because everybody's broke. Ain't no money nowhere. All the resources is gone. So you gotta go to creditors now. Now you gotta go to creditors to sit back and keep sustaining. It ain't like you can cook the books with your boss. They're gonna know where all the money is. So you're sitting back here. He's obviously having to get loans to cover the sustaining of 100 men.
And the loans are set against your assets, right?
Yeah. Well, what ends up happening is if you can't pay it back, now it's not like it is in America. The assets are your children.
Yeah.
The assets are or is the man, the children, and the wife. They're the assets. So they got to sit back and work that hired servant, indentured servant scenario until they're off of their debt. So that was what's happening. So now he sat back here and he's doing a great work. He saved 100 men that believed in the Most High. So that's not something to like
play with.
And the funny thing is this. It doesn't say that after the 3.5 years, he stopped financing and bankrolling him. Why? What happened after this chapter when the Most High proved that the prophets of Baal were wicked and that they didn't get their sacrifices consumed, but Elijah's sacrifice got consumed? What happened after that? Anybody remember? After that grandiose situation, and then 400 prophets of Baal got killed. After that, what happened? With the condition of the Israelites.
You go right back to, wasn't like a short-lived stand?
Not a damn thing happened. That was the point. They killed some prophets. The next chapter, Ahab cries to his dame, baby.
Right.
Elijah sat back here and the fire came out of the sky and all the prophets got killed.
Yeah, what are you going to do now? That's a direct attack. That's not direct attack. Her, I'm reading right now. It says Jezebel.
And Jezebel said, listen, on my life, tell this thing on my life. He going to be dead by the night or by tomorrow. Or I'm going to be dead by tomorrow. Somebody's going to die tomorrow. And then what did he do? He got the hell out of Dodge. Elijah bounced again. Moses, I didn't tell him to bounce. He bounced and went all the way past the southernmost part of Judah, which was Beersheba. Remember? He went all the way down, took a trek all the way to Mount Sinai, where the Most High pled with him face to face. What was the point? What I'm saying? I'm going through all that as a reminder. Nothing changed. So those prophets still got what? They had to get bankrolled still. Those 400 prophets, they weren't just free to go roll, because it wasn't free at the time. No, all I'm trying to say is there is no specific amount of time that's given as to how long Obadiah was bankrolling this process. But just keep this in mind. Ahab was in power for 21 years. So I'm not saying it was 21 years of being bankrolled, but it was a long time that Obadiah had to pay out these debts. Long time.
It's a bleeding debt.
It's a bleeding debt because you're not getting anything back.
There's no return on this investment.
But but I'm gonna say this: other than the Most High looking after you, there's no return of investment. It sounds a lot like us. The labor of love we do for the Most High, you're not getting. This is not a gig that gets you rich.
Comp City, yeah.
This is not a gig where you're just gonna get paid, balling out of control, having things. There's none of that. This is a job where you're gonna be giving out more than you're getting in. And what happened to Obadiah is what happens to a lot of Israelites. You give and you give and you give, and sometimes you're gonna give more than you give back. This is part of the sacrifice. This is part of the lifestyle that we have chosen to commit so that others can have. Everybody talks about, oh man, doing this, doing what the brothers do, you can't get paid, you can't come up. That's the point. You weren't supposed to come up. You weren't supposed to be comfortable. Your life was supposed to be hazard for others.
A ransom.
Or ransom for others. Didn't the scripture say that? Didn't Christ say that?
Living sacrifice.
Living sacrifice, ransom.
Unprofitable
servants. The list goes on and on and on. Obadiah sat back here. He said what? He was a man who feared the Most High greatly.
Greatly, yeah.
So him fearing the Most High greatly means what? That his life came last. And what meant more than he could have sat back here and maintained his financial stability. He could have maintained his estate and his stability, but he understood that taking care of people that dedicated their lives to the Most High was more valuable than his comfort, than his house, than his home. It says the Most High was taking care of him. But you know, the crazy thing is, the Most High takes care of you after you have dispersed all of your resources.
Have you exhausted yourself?
After you've exhausted all of your resources is when the Most High comes through for you. Because all of your resources got to go to the who? The people who need.
Those who need that.
The prophets who need.
They're
So,
out
but-
there.
but-
They
but
can't
most-
starve and sit here and just let the, sit here and I don't think there's so much.
You get all the bread I need.
I gotta take care of me. Y'all guys are gonna be out there.
They would have died without this prophet.
And
They would have died
they're
without Obadiah.
enemies of the state.
They would have died without Obadiah housing them and feeding them.
I want to read this one thing right here.
Please do.
And it says right here, Jezebel, the wife of Ahab, king of Israel, 874 to 853 BC, right? The daughter of Ethbal, the king of the Zidonians.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Jezebel was a devotee of Baal Melkart, the god of Phoenicia.
Mm-hmm.
So this is that direct attack to her political state. If her political state she comes from, their direct god is Baal, then the priests that were supporting her god, that's a direct attack against her family, her belief system, her lifestyle, her upbringing.
Her political platform.
I can see why she was out on the attack.
I know.
I can see why she took it personal. This is a direct attack at her complete culture. What Elijah did was a complete destruction of her culture. Because of 450 priests.
Yep.
That's like killing 450 governors or 450 politicians.
But she was going. But replacing them was light work. What she had to do was sit back here and maintain fear, and she established it, and she was maintaining fear, and that fear is what kept these prophets underground. All I'm trying to bring out the point is that somebody had to lose so that the people that dedicated themselves to the Most High gained. And that was love. And yes, since the Most High still looked after them, but there is a consequence to doing righteousness. There is a consequence to sacrifice. There is a consequence and a reward for putting yourself last. What is the consequence for putting yourself last? Anybody? What's the consequence for putting yourself last?
You have to do without. You're in a position where you have to have faith because you're down to nothing. You have to suffer. You have to go without.
You have to go without. You have to lose. What you gonna say?
You come last?
You come last, financially, time-wise, resource-wise, life-wise. That's the cost for being selfless. But then, as we're putting ourselves last, we're also gaining riches in where? In heaven, in the kingdom.
Right.
That's the cost. So when it says we're rich in the spirit, we're rich in the amount of things we sacrifice, the amount of things we commit and sacrifice for the people. But as we are growing rich in the spirit, we're also what daily? We're also dying daily. That's the trade-off. So to answer your question, the Most High is taking care of you, but there is still a consequence to every choice you do. When you make decisions that benefit you, you gain in the flesh and you die in the what? In the spirit. It goes the other way. There is a cost to every decision that we make. Obadiah made the choice to dedicate Khan. The more uncomfortable you become, sis, the more you gain in the spirit. The more comfortable paths you choose, the more you die in the spirit. And the more you gain in the flesh. That is just the basic consequence of the life that we choose. Does everybody understand? So because this man was a godly man, Obadiah, he chose to sit back here and risk it. First of all, he risked his life. Because if they would have found out that Obadiah was hiding these people, what would they have done to him?
Killed him.
And his family. So he risked his life to hide these prophets. He burnt through his funds, his finances. He became poor. He became in debt. because he had to keep paying these debts. Don't know how long he paid it for. But then it got to the point where after Ahab lost his position in office, he was out too. So now, this is why sometimes people who give themselves in the truth, they might sit back here, and if it wasn't done in the right spirit, they'll get angry that they gave their life, and what they get out of it?
Nothing.
Well, you know what you did? Listen, if you were in this
initially
to gain spiritual growth
God.
and to grow in the spirit, you gained everything.
God.
But if you were in this to get something out the deal, then you lost it all. Where was your vanity at? What was your intentions at? Sometimes people do the work of the Most High to gain something, to get wise, to look smart, to get recognition.
Right.
You'll be surprised how many people do this work just to get recognized and to get dapped up and respected. Like, oh, man, this brother's got wisdom. A lot of people like the feeling of looking like they got wisdom. And most people don't like the fact that the real wisdom is in the sacrifice. The real power is in being brought low. The power is in losing and understanding that when you're in that space of powerlessness is where your real power is.
There's a scripture on that too.
In 2 Corinthians 12, where I'm weak, I'm strong.
Mm-hmm.
Where the Most High breaks you down and where you're vulnerable and weak, that's when your real power rises to the top.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Obadiah was in the right mind, it doesn't matter how much he lost, how much resources he lost. For all the things he lost resource-wise, he gained experience. Because what people don't understand is the experience is what makes the leader. The experience is what makes the teacher. Which means the loss is what makes the teacher. And if the loss makes the teacher, then the loss is what you need to feed the people around you.
Most people are afraid to do that.
But what's that?
Most people are afraid to do that.
And you know, and that's why there's not a lot of, that's why the Moses says the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Because exhortation is all about keeping people strong and showing people the strength and the power in sacrifice, the strength and the power in loss, the strength and the power in denying yourself.
That's why Christ said he came not to be ministered, but to minister. He didn't come to be served, but to serve. You know, that's a different approach. Most people don't get that being in Christ means you're on the bottom, you're a servant.
And your intentions and what you want comes last.
Yeah, that's why Christ said, he told the Pharisees in John 5, he said, you will not come to me, he said, because I receive not honor from men. He said, but you won't come to me that you have life, because you want honor from men. He said, but you won't come to me because you don't want to put yourself last. He was putting the Pharisees in perspective, showing them what they won't do and how far they won't go.
And this man Obadiah risked his life, risked his family's life, risked his family fortune and his money so that other Israelites can live and survive until this difficult time passed. And you know what? Sometimes, a lot of times when you do good, there's not this rosy ending on the back end. When you do good, Khan says, well, when you do good, there is a consequence to doing good. The reward of charity and sacrifice is what? Is the fact that you were charitable when you sacrificed. That's the reward. The reward is the experience you gain from it.
And the people that
benefited from it.
Lift their life up.
That's all that it was. That's all it was supposed to be. The knowledge that you gave yourself for somebody else and somebody else benefited from your loss. It doesn't get any more than that. And can we accept that? That you're not getting anything for you. And the funny thing is, now Obadiah died, and what's he got to show for it? Nothing in the carnal, everything in the spirit. And that's the catch. So now listen, you're gonna lose in the flesh. People get all weird and crazy when they're losing them. You're supposed to. As you're losing in the flesh, you're gaining in the spirit. Do you believe what you're doing or not? Or did you do it for the right reasons or not?
I say that's what a lot of people outside the truth, they look at us and Why?
Yeah.
What are you doing that for?
Yeah.
Because most people, their logic, why would you purposely fall flat on your face?
Yeah.
But there's got to be a reason for it. But the reason for that, they don't understand that.
Because we're fools for Christ. Everybody is sitting back, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, they don't get
You're
it.
throwing your life away.
Yeah.
Like brothers say, you're throwing your damn life away.
All the
Yeah.
way.
Your best years.
You're throwing your best years.
Yeah.
You know what I gave my best years to? Brothers. I gave my life force for brothers. And you know what? A lot of them took it and ran off with it. And that's it. But you know what? Who did I do it for? And that's all that matters. And can we accept that? Everybody wants to sit back and say what they went through. Nobody wants to talk about what they got. A lot of people got built up, was given an identity, was given self-confidence, clarity. What most people do is they get built to a certain point, and then they go live their life. Same thing happened to Christ. Christ would heal people, give them what they needed, and all he'd ask is what? Don't tell nobody. Hey, you're right, Jesus. Yes. Everybody!
Yeah.
Everybody!
I'll tell you something.
I can see. You got blue on. I see out of both eyes. You know how Jake is that. Or the lepers, they moving around there, they dancing and stuff when they couldn't move.
Yeah. They got new feet.
They got new feet out.
Yeah.
They partying. They put some, give me a 5 on the black hand side, Jack. I'm back. Oh my goodness. But that's our people.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what? The job is not rewarding on the outside. And then half the time when you're doing good, you hate it for doing good.
Bad guy.
You misunderstood.
You're misunderstood, or you are understood and don't like what the hell you're doing. And you're hated and talked about.
Because you make them feel bad.
God. Like the Pharisees did with Christ. All Christ told the Pharisees, you can do more. That's all Christ said.
Yep.
You can do more, you can give more, you can consider more, you can sacrifice
You can
more.
be more compassionate.
You can sit back here and stop hanging around the elites and get in the gutter in these streets with the people who need you. You can have compassion to the sick. Heal the sick, cleanse leper versus sitting back here and having these it talked about these
Phylacteries.
the long phylacteries, but the polished coffins. The
Sepulchres.
the white sepulchres. They're all white on the outside, but nothing but bones and death and disease on the inside. But you look squeaky clean on the outside. Because the quote-unquote smart guys, they know how to present clean. That's what the Pharisee is. The Pharisee can present strength. They can present the image of being polished. But inside, if you get to the core of them, they're selfish. They only care about themselves. But they can sit back and quote verses, quote scriptures, quote like a damn concordance.
And scrutinize the hell out of it.
And scrutinize it, but when it comes to performance and dedication, the shit that counts, they're not there. Hold on a second. And this is the difference. But the what breaks all men is the loss. That's what breaks men, and that's what reveals a man. And that's why loss is important. So whether it's Obadiah sitting back here, and you know, all that cool shit, all that giving shit was cool when he had 10,000 in the bank. Okay, let me get a little bread. I'll pull out 1,000 for the brother side. Then all of a sudden, 1,000 turned to 6,000. You're like, damn, I got 4,000 in the bank. I had 12 a couple months ago. That's how it goes. It's cool to chip off a couple G's off rip. You know, you realize this is every goddamn month.
It's not ending.
And like, this this good guy shit is like,
Cost.
this cost to be this good guy,
I
huh?
don't know.
And all of a sudden, you're like, I'm taking all the risk. I'm getting no reward. But these hungry ass prophets, niggas always hungry. Huh? These hungry ass dudes, hey, you got any more bread, bro? Can we change the menu, boss? Like, no, you can't change no goddamn menu. I gotta feed 100 of y'all niggas.
Yeah, some faith.
Yeah, this shit. You want some pumpkin bread? You ain't no goddamn pumpkin bread. I know it's October. You ain't getting no pumpkin shit. Ain't no pumpkin bread. You getting regular Wonder Bread. You get that Wonder Bread. That's all you get. Hill Country Fair.
Is it fair?
Hill Country Fair.
It just say bread.
HCF.
Yeah, it say bread on it.
Bread.
Oh my God. That bread is hard as hell.
It say bread. No, you got no cartoon characters on it.
Oh my goodness.
You can afford to put it
And the crust, hey, it's like they made the crust wrong too. The crust is all wrong. The peels are. Like, why does crust break off like that? That's not regular crust breakage. Break the whole top. This peels are like, what the hell's going on?
That's what I'm saying, because it got like two.
I don't know if y'all saw that. The real hood bread act. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I know the hood bread.
Yeah, that hood bread like this. Why did the top just fall off like that? What's going on
They
here?
don't stick together. They put no gluten in it.
Hey, listen. Or it's some cheap gluten now. It's some cheap gluten now.
You got 4 sets of ends on it. Like,
Get it,
yeah, you like that. I ate an end already. I get another end in here. Because they got 2 ends at the end. Yeah, it's like 2 pieces of butt bread at the end.
I know, that's what you get. It's all butts. It's all butts of the bread. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, no fuck butts.
I'm just trying to explain how giving is awesome and everybody has it in them to give. I'm not going to act like nobody just wants to. If brothers are in the child knowledge of the Bible, everybody gives. But then it comes to a point where it's like, I'm giving every day.
When do we stop?
And I'm losing now from this giving.
Is it beneficial?
And then that's when the smart guys come in and say, man, this isn't wisdom anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not wisdom. Why is it not wisdom? Because now you're losing now. Now you've hit your limit of what you want to give. Whereas a guy like Obadiah was like, you know what? This is my responsibility. I'm going to ride this out to the death of me and to the detriment of my household. That's what true belief is. What's your number? What's your limit to giving? Once you show and make it a point that there is no limit, that's when the Most High comes through for you in the back end. And that's the truth. But the Most High sits back here in all of our lives. And he's trying to figure out, what's your limit? What's the limit of you giving? And then when you sit back here and make it clear that this is my limit of giving, that's when your growth stops. Because ultimately, our growth is predicated on how much we continue to give and commit to people and dedicate on a daily basis. Because you're only as good as the last lesson and message you have for the people. You're only as good as the last exhortation you gave to the people. You're only as potent as the last exhortation you were able to share and commit to the people going around you. Point is, I'm just painting a picture. And this will be in that Life of the Prophets class about how a lot of times you're going to give and give and give. And the only person that's going to recognize it is the Most High to acknowledge it. He died a pauper.
It's crazy, bro.
He died a pauper. He was number 2 in the kingdom if he would have sat back here and just used wisdom. The wise way would have been what?
Cut him off.
And just be cool with Ahab and send your prayers into the Most High. You know what you could have did? You know what the wise guy would have did? I'm just going to follow the commandments. Right? That's the wise guy. You just got to use wisdom, brother, in that situation. The Most High going to take care of the prophets. Okay? He would have. But what did you do? You just forfeited your blessing. You forfeited your power being wise. That's why I told you even in Ecclesiastes, I think it was 25, that there's prudence, then there's wisdom. That guy was not wise, he was prudent. It was the lower level intelligence. It was the intelligence that benefits you to where you're not hazard to losing it.
Without risk involved. Yeah.
Because wisdom is the application of knowledge where there's risk involved. So people need to say, I'm being prudent. Let's use the right Webster's dictionary. There's a lot of prudent Israelites in America right now. A lot of prudence going on now. Prudence is intelligence that works and benefits for you.
Super caution.
Where's the wise person? The person who sits back here and there's hazard to making this decision. you're going to lose by taking this stand.
But you know it's the right.
But it's based upon integrity, spiritual integrity. And they understand that somebody's got to step up and do the job the right way. And it doesn't matter if I lose. The only thing that matters is that the body benefits. These are the type of men we're trying to develop. These are the type of men that we're trying to build as leaders. We're not here to build prudent men as leaders. Prudent men are going to be prudent for themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we're trying to sit back and develop men that are trying to be wise.
For the benefit
of the body. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're trying to do, because this is where the glory comes in. The spiritual glory comes in. Hell, listen, the fact that this man is even written in the book shows that's the glory. And you know damn well he wasn't doing this shit because in X amount of years I'm going to be written about in the scriptures. That wasn't his thinking. It was pure, and he risked and hazarded his life for the Most High.
And being number two and diminishing on a social level.
Yes.
That's very painful.
Hell yeah.
That's painful.
You are the number two of Israel.
You care about your images.
But but that's one of the first things the Most High tears down. Is your image.
Yeah.
How people look at you. That's one way to see where your heart is to him. He's going to break down your image, break down your bank account, break down the carnal things that give men confidence. Control of my surroundings. That's how he determines where your heart is to him.
Then you're walking around, you feel naked. You're not, but you feel that way.
But it was shameful to be in debt back in Israel back then. We were men of honor.
Why are you in debt, bro?
Why are you broke, nigga?
What are you doing?
You owe $15,000.
And then he had to do it in secret.
I know.
So it was like, are you doing drugs, man? That's what I was saying.
You putting branch in the nose, bro? This thing is putting branch in the nose, dog.
Yeah.
You messing with that can.
Yes. You ever have that? You ain't saying nothing about it?
Can.
You got a little habit going on, man?
You gotta have
Where'd your money go, huh?
Alcohol, you drinking that much liquor?
You sipping some good, what's going on, huh?
Like, what are you doing?
Problem?
That's my
problem.
problem.
I don't see.
Was it like Israelite poker houses? What was going on? Was it gambling team?
I'm gonna put 5 on. What are you doing?
You blowing your whole fortune on a damn
Castle lots.
Yeah, castle like mud.
Oh my God.
It's a shameful thing. You're number 2 in the nation, and you're broke, and you're in complete debt. To where your kids got to be fucking, excuse my French, hired servants now.
Ahab, what's up with your boy?
Ahab's dead at this time.
Oh, he's dead?
Ahab's dead. He's an older man. He died. Obadiah died. Ahab died.
Yeah.
And it's just now they're like, listen, bro. But just as he was diminishing, how embarrassing it is, how shameful it was. And he couldn't say, I'm doing it for the Lord. You're like, what are you talking about?
Nobody cares either. Nobody really cares.
Nobody cares. All they see is that you're broke. And you live in a hovel lot. You live in a shack. There's no improvements in your crib.
With education and great speech and diction and information and access, and you're living like this. What are you doing?
Yep. I hope people can understand the big picture. The things written in the fortime are written for your learning. These are facts. This is why the Most High God is going through all these chapters, line for line, situation for situation, so we can understand our scenario, our life, and how you can sit back and do all the things right and still carnally lose. And that's okay. Because that's what you were supposed to do, to sit back here and get the Most High's acknowledgement. This is why the Most High worked through Elisha to bless his family on the back end. Like there's a scripture in if y'all can help me on this, I can't get it at the top of my head. I wrote it down somewhere. It talked about how it's in the New Testament, in the Gospels, where Christ said there were a lot of people who were lepers, but the Most High only took care of Naaman. And right above it said there was many people who were hungry, but the Most High only took care of that one woman in Tyre. And because the point is, there was a lot of people.
Luke chapter 4.
I think so. Let me see.
27.
Let me see.
Looks like it.
Trying to dance in the gospel. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yep, that was it. Let's start off at 24. I mean 25. Luke 4 and type it in. Luke 4, 25 through 27.
Come. Luke chapter 4, verse 25. But I tell you of a truth, many widows were in Israel in the days of Elias, when the heaven was shut up 3 years and 6 months, when great famine was throughout all the land. But unto none of them was Elias sent, save unto Sarepta, a city of Sidon, unto a woman that was a widow.
And there's a lot of people that were widows and had financial problems and had need of being sustained.
It was bad.
But there was only one person the Most High sat back here and had Elijah go to. Read on. And that was a nation. She was a nation too. She was not an Israelite living in the province of Sidon. She was a nation. Read on.
And many lepers were in Israel in the time of
Elisha. So it's Eliseus, but it's Elisha.
Elisha.
Okay.
Elisha.
Okay. Read on.
The prophet, and none of them was cleansed, saving Naaman the Syrian.
Listen, these are two nations that the Most High considered, because whatever was inside of the Most High took a liking to. It's the same thing with this man Obadiah. There's a lot of Israelites who are broke, who had debts, who were in debt. But the Most High sat back here and worked through this man, through Elisha, to take care of his family. Because of his works, because of his dedication, because of Obadiah's sacrifice. My point is, sometimes you got to give it all up, have nothing left, then the Most High comes through for you.
Yeah.
That's what, because the thing is this, people always about, man, the Lord's going to come through and take care of you. He's going to bless you. You know, there's a blessing right around the corner.
The when is the question.
Huh? But the win is when you completely exhaust all your resources to pleasing the Most High and putting the body first. That's when the Most High, then the scripture says, strive for the truth unto death. Yeah. Then the Lord will fight for thee. That's Ecclesiastes 4:28. You got to sit back here and give it all up. Then he defends you. You can't sit back here and put your pinky toe in the water and then the Most High going to come through for me. Ah, it's cold. It's cold as hell. I'm just putting my right foots in there. Just the right foots. Listen, you got to strive all the way. Then the Most High comes through for you. That is the nature of how the Most High is there. There has to be loss before he comes through.
That's true.
That's what faith is. You got to put it on the line first. So Obadiah put it on the line, and he died not knowing it was going to come through, or not knowing how it was going to come through. But it came through. I hope we understand this is about faith. This is about the reward of dedication. And it's also about understanding that why you do what you do. And can we all be content that we dedicate and we commit ourselves because the Most High sees it? And is that enough for us? That we commit for one another because the Most High sees it and acknowledges it. And that's enough for me.
It takes faith to do that.
Is that enough for you? That you do the right things, you commit things the right way, you dedicate your life, you put your life as a ransom. Because you know the invisible power recognizes it. Because the scripture says he does. And be content that you're building treasures in heaven. Anyway.
How else is he going to know, right?
You got to trust that he knows.
Yeah, that's the ultimate.
You have to trust that his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, and he watches everything that we do.
Like the scripture says.
Like the scripture says.
Right.
That's true.
So, 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 1. It took a long time just to get to that point, but I think it was important to take that time. Okay, read that.
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1. Now there cried a certain
Who had their
woman.
hand up? Yes, sir.
The second of what?
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1. I'm sorry, read it again from the top.
Okay, you already said. 2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1. Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Most High, and the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen.
Now listen, check this out. For Elisha to have known that Obadiah was looking after those 100 servants means that Obadiah was still taking care of those 100 servants after Elisha left, when he sat back and went to those prophets at Mount Carmel. Because he went all the way down, we talked about all the way down to Mount Sinai. He played with the Most High, and he still didn't want to accept that he wasn't the only guy that was trying to serve the Most High. So the Most High said, okay, listen, man, you're going to go now to this city and anoint Elisha as your successor. Right? So he went down to anoint Elisha and train Elisha. So obviously, once Elisha was getting trained, he was being shown, and he learned about the prophets and the different cities that the prophets were in, and he knew that Obadiah was still taking care of and financing that guy. Ahab still was in power for an extended period of time after Elisha was getting trained to be a head. All I'm saying is, this guy Obadiah gave up everything that a person in the world would deem to be respectable, deem to be honorable, and deem to make a man. And he gave it up, and he dedicated for the body. Okay? And he lost. He carnally lost for that decision. Okay? Now, hold this. We're going to go back to Josephus book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 2.
In page 248, it says, For they say that the widow of Obadiah, Ahab's steward, came to him and said that he was not ignorant how her husband had preserved the prophets that were to be slain by Jezebel.
Now hold that. We're going to read that little forward in the bottom. That this woman.
It says that this woman who cried to Elisha, and who in our Bible is styled the wife of one of the sons of the prophets, 2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 1, was no other than the widow of Obadiah, the good steward of Ahab, is confirmed by the Chaldee Paraphrase, and by the rabbis and others. Nor is that unlikely which Josephus here adds, that these debts were contracted by her husband for the support of those 100 of the Most High's prophets.
Listen, the debts, he incurred the debts because of the financing of taking care of those 100 prophets. Read on.
Whom he maintained by 50 in a cave in the days of Ahab and Jezebel. 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 4. Which circumstance rendered it highly fit that the prophet Elisha should provide her a remedy and enable her to redeem herself and her sons from the fear of that slavery which insolvent debtors were liable to by the law of Moses.
Okay. So, we're going to hold that now. We're going to keep reading into Josephus and then finish it up in the Bible. Keep going.
It says, For she said that he had hid 100 of them and had borrowed money for their maintenance, and that after her husband's death she and her children were carried away to be made slaves by the creditors.
So she was going to have to be a damn hired servant too.
Really bad.
Think about that. She had to go to slavery, and the sons had to go to slavery.
Pay that debt off.
And that's the point. But you know what? You know what? In their head, they're like, what good is serving the Most High? If you're looking at it carnally, you don't think the Bible's like, what good is serving the Most High?
Look at our situation.
What good is sitting back here and putting the Most High first? Because when you put the Most High first, you get taken advantage of. This is what carnal thinking people operate. It's how they operate. Because when you start to lose, when you start to not get what you want, then all of a sudden the Most High is not fair.
Yep.
This is the mantra everybody holds on to. But not scripturally. We have to accept that sacrificing and giving doesn't always mean you're gonna get. The thing is this: we think in our carnal minds that for everything I give physically, I'm supposed to get that back. I'm gonna get the exact same thing I gave out to come back to me.
Everybody get that I deserve mentality.
Exactly, or it's like you do good, I'm gonna get that same good back. It don't work that way. You get good back, but not in ways that you expected. Because honestly, spiritually, you have to accept that what you gave for free was for free. That's what charity is. What you sacrifice, that bankrolling that he gave for those 100 prophets was really supposed to be for free. And if we can understand that, then the idea of loss, there's no real issue about loss. You gave it up because you gave it up. There was no expectation. So the crazy thing is now this widow is like, listen, Elisha, what do? We're about to get thrown in hired servitude until the year of Jubilee. Yeah, you know them creditors learn how to master the mathematics of it. Like how many years do I got to get the most of this bread? You know, greedy niggas will wait till after the year of Jubilee. Right. And then it hits you with the debt. If it's like 10 years left in the debt, but I need 15 of your work, I'll say, we're going to hold on this 10 and then come back after there and get this bread back. You know that's what dirty ass dudes was going to do.
It's credit. It's
credit. To get their money.
It's a credit system.
It's a credit system, man.
They understand it.
And they learn how to master it. Anyway, so let's get on the topic. Let's keep going, man. We're here now. Let's go back in the Bible. Give me verse 2. In 2 Kings 4 and 2.
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 2. And Elisha said unto her, What shall I do for thee? Tell me, what hast thou in the house?
So first of all, what was the first thing Elisha said? What do you got to sell?
Practical question.
You still gotta give up some shit. You got any big screen TVs in there, man? Yeah. You got any jewelry in there? What you got in there? You ain't gonna sit back here and ask the Lord for some blessings. And you got screens, you got gold, you got rings.
You don't want to come off nothing.
You ain't just, but see, because that's really what Elisha's asking for. What do you got? You still gotta deplete yourself before you sit back here and ask the Most High for help. Have you exhausted all resources first? You see the thinking? Before you got your hands out, the problem is half of Israel don't want to lose nothing. Israel just wants to come up and get blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. They don't want to exhaust all resources to give, to pay your debts back, to be square, then start over again. So Elisha's like, okay, what do you got to give? Read on.
It says, and she said, Thine handmaid hath not anything in the house, save a pot of oil.
When you see the word pot, pot's like a flask in the definitions. So she has like some anointing oil, just enough to anoint people. It's not even like cooking oil; it's anointing oil. All she had was anointing oil. Why? Because Obadiah was anointing people. So all I got is a flask or a tiny pot of anointing oil. Read on.
Then he said, Go, borrow thee vessels abroad of all thy neighbors, even empty vessels. Borrow not a few.
He said, get as many big ass pots and vessels as you can get and bring them to the house. As many vessels, as many bottles and 5-gallon jugs. Get what you can get.
This is his instructions he gave.
Yes, get as many jugs as you can get, empty jugs as you possibly can get from all your neighbors and friends.
Isn't there like a pride test also? It's like you have to now, in your condition of need, now go ask others. They can borrow this, borrow that, and ask them.
That's part of it. That's part. It's crazy. They were already humble to them. You know they were already completely broken down.
Well, people don't want to follow instructions in general.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of me in the worst state ever. I can do this. I disagree. You know how you living right now? Follow instructions. I disagree. But so whether they're living good or bad, people don't want to follow instructions. But if you're doing with the proper, you're doing with the righteousness. Righteousness is about the ability to follow instructions.
And what you're saying was not wrong now, because I'm telling you, when Elisha was dealing with people, he made you sit back here and do shit that was uncomfortable and made you look bad. A lot of his instructions, like when he sat back here and told the A-man later on about taking a bath in Jordan, and the A-man was mad. He was like, I can go to Syria and go on some better water than this shit.
They said, don't you got better water in Damascus?
He's like, I got all this money-ass water and put my body this money-ass shit. Why'd I do that? He said that the water in my land is way better than that. And the funny thing is, like Elisha just said, man, he just got a message and told him what to do. He didn't even see him, man. That's the point. All of these things.
He sent a servant out to talk.
That's what I'm saying. He big time him, man. Yeah. He was like, listen, man, don't tell me to jump into the Jordan 7 times to be alright, man. That was it. But the whole process is humbling. You gotta follow orders, Buster. Get over here, man. Scram. Do what the hell you're told. It's still that. It's still humbling. Following orders. What it also shows is getting healed is humbling. Getting what you need is humbling. Getting the solutions initially doesn't feel good. Getting the answers you need still makes you feel what? Small. How many of us can attest to that? When you're given the real counsel you need, you're like, damn, I feel like trash doing this. I feel whack as hell. I don't feel 110% following this goddamn counsel.
I'm waiting till tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta meditate on this. Why you gotta meditate? Just follow instructions.
Start ducking.
I have to meditate. I have to be the thinker. They got this.
Start ducking.
You already know, but when you hear it.
But you feel all weird, like you feel all weird inside out. You feel embarrassed. You get that weird feeling right in the middle of your damn pant side and your sternum. And you're like, God, this is hard as hell. But the whole process of growth and lessons from what we're seeing is difficult. So you just gotta follow instructions, look stupid. Listen, her house had around 70 pots in there, right?
Yeah.
And it was just full of pots.
Oh, the people get the mentality that this person's not sensitive to my situation.
Exactly.
You're insensitive. You're not understanding me. You're not understanding what I'm going through. Because you're not going through it. So you're not sensitive to what I'm going through. So why should I follow your instructions?
Well, then go to debt prison, huh?
Yeah.
You ain't gonna sit back and get these spots and do it. You going to debt prison anyway. You going to internment camp.
Is there another way?
No, there's no other way.
How about that?
Yeah.
I know that.
Is there another way? Yeah, any other counsels for it?
Yeah.
No, bro. Get them pots.
Any other rivers? Any other counsels?
Is there any rivers? I want a new river. I want a river that makes me feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Right? I don't feel confident getting in this muddy water. Right? But let's keep going, man. Let's read on.
It says, verse 4, and when thou art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee and upon thy son.
So, when you get in, close the door so nobody can see it. This is a lesson that is for you and for you only.
Ain't no show, bro.
This is a lesson for you and you only. Nobody else. They don't even got to know why you need pots. Just get the pots. Go close the door behind you. Read on.
And shall pour out into all those vessels, and thou shalt set aside that which is full.
So he said, that little small flask of that flask bottle of oil filled up all those bottles of oil.
What do you mean?
That little bottle of oil that she had. She said, so pour that into all the bottles.
And it
kept filling.
Yeah, just like Christ did with the fish, the
Con.
5 loaves and 2 fish.
It was the same concept. So it's gluk, 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 gluk. Gluk, 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 gluk. You just kept going from pot to pot.
Surpasses all understanding.
Huh?
Surpasses all understanding.
Con. But the Most High was establishing these miracles to look after the people and to sit back here. It was a reward and a consideration of Obadiah. First of all, what type of level was Elisha and Elijah on to just pull these things, make these moves happen? Huh? These guys were on another damn level. Anyway, just phenomenal. But so they're filling up the oils. They're taking that little flask, fill up all the vessels with oil. Read on.
It says, so she went from him and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, that she said unto her son, Bring me yet a vessel. And he said unto her, There is not a vessel more.
So all the vessels are full. But read on.
And the oil stayed.
There was still enough oil to keep going around. So now you can take this on a spiritual metaphor too. There's enough blessings and lessons for all of us. The Most High gives to all men what?
Liberty.
But it really is about how much are we willing to receive. How humble are we going to be? Because we can get as much oil as we want. You can take this oil parallel and connect it with the 10 virgins. Those 10 virgins, the 5 that had their oil filled and the 5 that didn't, the 5 that did were willing to keep working to receive all the oil and lessons that they can get. The oil is what you need to sustain your spiritual journey. It's the lessons. It's the sacrifices that you give. The things you give up. Everything you dedicate, you're gaining spiritual oil. Spiritual what? Fuel. So, for everything that you give up in the carnal and the physical, you gain spiritual fuel. Those 5 virgins that didn't have enough oil, they didn't sit back and give a sacrifice enough to get to that point. So they didn't have enough spiritual fuel to last their journey. This chapter is talking about, listen, man, there's enough oil to go around if you want it. There's enough oil to receive whatever you need if you're willing to take it and learn and be humble enough to fill your vessel up. Anyway, just something to be conscious of. The Most High uses all these words, the oil, Christ used the oil. All these things have a link to it. It all has a link to it.
It sustains you.
It sustains. That oil sustains you. There was enough oil to keep going. There's enough oil to feed us all. If you're humble enough to receive it.
That's the same thing the Most High told Samuel when he was mourning over Saul's, removal from his position.
Mm-hmm.
He told him, fill your horn up with oil.
Yep. Because you got to anoint somebody else. It's time to get somebody else developed. The point is, we have to be those vessels that can receive as much oil as we can. There was a saying in Israel back in the day, the humblest cow gets the most milk. In this realm, the humblest cow gets the most milk. Not the most aggressive, not the loudest talker, not the most boisterous. The humblest person gets the most oil, gets the most substance. And what Most High says, he gives to all men what? Liberally. He'll give you as much as you're willing to get and receive. He'll give you as much as you're willing to be humble, to follow and grow. You can take you, each and every one of us, as far as you want to go. How humble are you though? Your humility determines how much oil you can receive in your damn vessel. This is why the Most says a powerful person or a fool is like putting water or liquid in a broken vessel.
Yep.
And nothing holds.
And a glued potsherd. You know what I'm saying? Glue a potsherd together.
That means that the liquid's gonna go through the little glue spots.
Yeah.
So if you're a fool, then the liquid won't hold. But if you're humble, the lessons will stick.
You can retain instruction.
And you can retain as much as you can, as you want. The oil is there for you. What you gonna say?
You mentioned metaphysical. Sam Schwab mentioned fish. Fish represents ideas in which there is great possibility of increase.
Fish, oil, it's the same concept. It's plenty there if you want to receive it. If you're humble enough to receive it. If you're willing to give up the flesh. Well, people don't want to say you got to give up the flesh to gain the spirit. Anyway, let's continue. So give me verse 7.
2 Kings chapter 4 and verse 7. Then she came and told the man of the Most High, and he said,
Man, the Most High is Elisha. Read on.
And he said, Go, sell the oil, and pay thy debt.
So she's like, listen, okay, all this oil's done, Father. Man of the Most High, Elisha, what do I do? Just take that oil, sell the oil, pay your debt. Read on.
And live thou and thy children of the rest.
He said that there will still be left to sustain you and your children afterwards. Not only was there enough to sustain her, pay the debt, they also have to feed her family down the line.
That's no different than Elijah telling that woman to feed him first when all she had was a little meal.
It was a morsel.
It was a morsel and a meal and some sticks.
He knew something that she didn't know.
Yeah.
That it was going to stretch.
It was going to stretch it out.
Kinda. Done.
But isn't that still like a lesson of the Most High showing like he wants just balances?
What do you mean?
Got the oil to still pay out the debt. You can't just still disregard the debt. Like I give you this blessing and then disregard, but these people still have to get paid. It still have to be made right.
Done. And but the thing is that she didn't know that. She just came for the debt. The extra was in consideration to who? Obadiah and what he did.
Yeah.
And that just solidifies Ecclesiastes chapter 12 when he says, when you give to the godly, thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, then from the Most High. That means you can never lose giving and sacrificing and putting yourself in uncomfortable positions for the Most High, for the body. The Most High will always compensate for you on the back end.
And you just don't know how it's going to come.
You don't know how it's going to come.
And through who it's going to go through. Obadiah died not knowing how it was going to get taken care of. But it got taken care of. And that's the extent that we have to have faith that's going to work out.
Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness.
God.
And all these things.
So it can come to you directly, but the more you grow in the spirit, it comes from more indirect spaces and spots.
That you can't control.
Yeah.
God.
So you know it wasn't you.
It's a positive reminder when you.
I was just a good decider and I was playing
I had
chess.
prudence. I was prudent as hell.
I was
playing chess, and them niggas was playing checkers.
Exactly.
That's what Jake wants to be. I was playing chess. They was playing checkers.
Just read one.
You dig?
One verse right here.
I'm sorry.
Ephesians chapter 2, verse Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8. It says, "For by grace are ye saved through faith, and not that of yourselves. It is the gift of the Most High, not of works, lest any man should boast."
Yeah.
So the Most High put it in a position. He creates the scenario appropriately, so you know you'll have no bragging rights coming out of this situation.
No.
You can't brag at all. It's not by your power.
I thought the spirit hit me like this. You know, the spirit told me to make this move, and then when I make this move, bam, it opened up. It was the spirit. Okay.
See, when your back's against the wall,
Yeah.
you got to get stronger and wiser. There's no room for that.
Lame asses.
The lame asses, bro. You know? But the Most High He makes you put it in perspective where you know it wasn't you.
Because men love still the Most High's glory.
Yeah.
They love that. Men love that.
Yeah. Because they want to say it was them. You good?
Yeah.
Let's go back in Josephus.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 9, chapter 4, and paragraph 2 says, do you want to start from top?
No. Where you left off.
I left off in.
You gotta have markers. You gotta bring things like this, bro, to class, so you can sit back here and kind of keep track of where you're at.
Yeah, it says for she said that he had hit 100 of them.
Okay, so where is it? So everybody can get it.
That's in
Paragraph 2, line 47.
yeah, page 248. It's right on line 47. So where it says for she said. It says for she said that he hid 100 of them and have borrowed money for their maintenance, and that after her husband's death she and her children were carried away to be made slaves by the creditors, and she desired of him to have mercy upon her on account of her husband did, and afford her some assistance. And when he asked her what she had in the house, she said, nothing but a very small quantity of oil in a cruse.
A cruse is small, man. Read on.
So the prophet bid her to go away and borrow a great many empty vessels of her neighbors. And when she had shut her chamber door, to pour the oil into them off, for that the Most High would fill them full. And when the woman had done what she was commanded to do, and bade her children bring every one of the vessels, and all were filled, and not one left empty, she came to the prophet and told him that they were all full. Upon which he advised her to go away and sell the oil and pay the creditors what was owing to them, for that there would be some surplus of the price of the oil, which she might make use of for the maintenance of her children.
Yeah.
And thus did Elisha discharge the woman's debts, and free her from the vexation of her creditors.
The vexation.
Con, bro.
Now, that credit, them calls, them texts,
Those
whatever
calls,
it is.
Listen, they're gonna send guys to get you. Listen, back then, they will get you and take you somewhere, bro.
It's a couple threats, and that's it. They don't do that.
They're coming to get you. They're coming to get you and take you away. Do your job. So let's get back to 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 7.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 7. Then she came and told the man of the Most High, and he said, Go, sell the oil, and pay thy debt, and live thou and thy children of the rest. And it fell on a day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman, and she constrained him to eat bread.
Now listen, Shunem is in the land of Issachar. So this is an Issacharite sister. And she was, when it says a great woman, she had wealth. They had family money, family prestige, and she was wealthy. The first story was about a woman who was poor. This woman in Shunem, she was wealthy, she was Issachar. Read on.
And it was, and so it was that as oft as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread.
So a lot of times in his daily travels, you know, Elisha was stationed in Mount Carmel, which is near the coast, near closer to Tyre and Zidon. So as he would do his travels, he'd go to Shunem, which is around, I think, 30 minutes away. I think I did that. I checked that before. It's like 30 minutes away. Let me see. I had it here. It's like 30 miles. Let me tell you, it's not 30 minutes. It's 30 miles away from Shunem to like Mount Carmel. And so he would sit back here, and in his travels, as he went around, he would frequent this location a lot. Maybe because it was prophets or people that he was developing or dealing with there. And he would go to Shunem, and she would see him a lot there to eat. Read on. Verse 9.
Come. And she said unto her husband, Behold, now I perceive that this is an holy man of the Most High, which passeth by us continually.
So he says, this woman, this Issachar woman was like, listen, I perceive this guy. He's about serving the Most High. He's a holy man. He's always passing by. Let's do something for him. Read on.
Let us make a little chamber.
A little chamber. Let's finish it. I'll explain it. Read on.
I pray thee on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither.
So she's saying is, let's make him a little room. Now, when it says on the wall, it's kind of hard to understand how you can make a damn room on the wall. But she's saying, let's make a room for the prophet, so when he's traveling, he has a place to rest his head. He's got a candlestick. He's got a place to be looked after. A little hostel. And we're going to explain it in the Bible Knowledge Commentary. It explains. Let's see. It says in contrast with the poor widow in the previous story, this woman in Sheman or Shunem was well-to-do and had a husband. Elisha evidently stopped at her house regularly at her invitation as he traveled between Samaria, Jezreel, and the cities. Then it says, he did, however, consent to his wife's proposal to build a guest room on the typical flat roof of their house and to furnish it for Elisha's comfort. So they made him a second story duplex joint. A little spot from when he traveled by. So she sat back and went out of her way to kind of set him up with a little crib, a little room, a little flat, which is really considerate. So read verse 10 again.
Come. It says, let us make a little chamber, I pray thee, on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither. And it fell on a day that he came thither, and he turned into the chamber, and lay there. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, Call this Shunammite. And when he had called her, she stood before him. And he said unto him, Say now unto her, Behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for thee? wouldst thou be spoken for to a king or to the captain of the host? And she answered.
So he's asking her, do you want to be spoken for to the king? You want me to sit back here and talk to Jehoram if you need anything? Because I can sit back here and talk to the king. Maybe he can do something for you or consider you and your husband. You need me to talk. You need a favor that I can do. I can relay to the king. And he says, or to the captain of the host, the captain of the armies.
Yeah.
You need a favor.
It's a better position.
Yeah. So maybe I can say, you need somebody to look after y'all, or if somebody's screwing with y'all, I can bring the captain of the host up here, or a favor from the king. What you need? And she said, what?
I dwell among my own people.
She says, I'm fine with my people. I'm fine with my home. I don't want to really deal with all that other king stuff and political stuff. I'm cool where I'm at. Okay, read on.
And he said, what then is to be done for her?
So he's talking to Gehazi as number 2, and like, what can we do for this incident, man? Read on.
And Gehazi answered, verily, she hath no child, and her husband is old. And he said, call her. And when he had called her, she stood in the door. And he said, about this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace a son.
He's just rolling on healing solutions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I was reading about Elisha, man, listen, Elijah was great, but Elisha just did a lot of healing, and building up of people. That was really, Elisha did it too. I mean, Elijah did it too, but Elisha did a lot of healing, a lot of everything Elisha did, Elijah did. But his temperament was less war, and more just healing and building up. Elisha was great at that.
Less wrath,
less attack, less fire, and more. We're going to see it in chapter 5 how Elisha would have destroyed the Syrians, but he sat back and had mercy on them. But we'll go into that later. But read on.
And she said, nay, my lord, thou man of the Most High, do not lie unto thine handmaid. And the woman conceived and bare a son at that season.
So she's like, don't lie to me, man. Don't just sit back and gas me up and tell me some smooth words.
Yeah, say all the good things.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Everything,
you're gonna have a baby. You're gonna have a baby next year. It's gonna work out. He's like, don't lay hands on me with this BS preacher talk. Exactly. Don't give me the preacher talk.
That happens in Israel.
All the time,
Everyone loves to hear those good tidings.
Yeah, man. It's just to make you feel good that day.
Yeah.
She says, don't BS me, tell it to me straight.
But that's the sign of a person that's righteous. They want to hear the real understanding.
Because he's like, I already accepted it's not going to happen. So let's keep going.
Verse 17. And the woman conceived and bare a son at that season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life.
10 months. Read on.
And when the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers.
So the child was old enough to work with his dad on some capacity, but not too old. We're going to see. So he's kind of like in that middle age, 7 to like 11.
Yeah.
7 to 10. Read on.
And he said unto his father, my head, my head.
So whatever was happening, he had a headache that was out of this world. That could be aneurysm. That could be sunstroke, heat stroke, many different things to where you're out here in the hot sun and your head is just pounding and blasting.
A little man's trying.
It sounds like a heat stroke.
Yeah, it could damn near well be a heat stroke because the commentary said it was a heat stroke. So he's complaining about his head. Read on.
And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother.
So he had somebody when they were out there working to carry him, so he wasn't that big, wasn't that heavy. But he was obviously enough to be around his dad. Big enough to be around his dad. So somebody carries him back to his mother. Read on.
And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees till noon.
So the little man sat on his mama's knees, on her lap, until noon. Read on.
And then died.
And he died out.
Come on, man.
Wow.
It's crazy. Read on.
And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of the Most High.
She didn't even mess around. She put him in the bed, and that same bed that she had set up for him, she put him in that little flat. And her next move was, let me go find out where he's at. She didn't sit back and set up burial rites. She didn't sit back. And don't forget, after a person dies, that day they're supposed, before nighttime, they're supposed to be buried in the ground. So it was at noon when he died. You got until sundown to put him down in the dirt. That's the law. There wasn't no morgues in Israel and shit. No autopsies. Where you just sit back in damn some Edomite damn cold ice box.
God.
They sit back and put you on the earth before the sundown. That's why even when Christ died, he went down that night after he died. They don't mess around with dead bodies. So he's dead. It's noon. She's on the clock. She puts him up in the flat and read on.
And shut the door upon him and went out. And she called unto her husband and said, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of the Most High and come again.
So I gotta go. I got a 30-mile track. I gotta hump it. Read on.
And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today?
So the dude was he didn't understand what she was doing. Like, where you going in? Why are you going to me in the day? Read on.
It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, It shall be well.
She's gonna be, everything will be okay. I gotta go and see him. Because normally, why would you even meet him unless it's a new moon where you're praying and getting blessed, or it's a Sabbath day, or a high holy day. Read on. What's that? Okay, keep going.
Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, Drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding from me, except I bid thee.
He said, don't sit back here and take forever. Let's get running. So she went 32 miles to get to Mount Carmel. Read on.
So she went and came unto the man of the Most High to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass, when the man of the Most High saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi his servant, Behold, yonder is that Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, Is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with the child? And she answered, It is well.
She didn't give Gehazi the information. She didn't want to sit back and talk to Gehazi.
That was a waste of time.
It was a waste of, I didn't even talk to the man.
I didn't talk to your manager.
Yeah. I ain't talk to the boss. I don't got time to listen. Like, get out the customer service line. I don't want to talk to the first person on the phone, man. You don't get nothing done with the first person you talk to on the phone. It's the truth. Okay. Can I talk to your supervisor, please?
They get offended.
Yes. Huh?
Then they get offended.
I know they get really angry.
Now, they do get offended, though.
But when you want to be a jerk, listen, I didn't talk to your supervisor. I'll hold it. I'll wait. I'll wait.
You know what I'm saying?
That means you're not messing around now. Yeah. Anyway, I want results. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Anyway.
27.
So she wants results, man. Let's keep going.
And when she came to the man of the Most High to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her away.
Like, what you doing? Why you getting all close to him?
Oh, man.
Yeah, get up off of him.
Get him off of him. But he didn't understand the spirit she was in, and Elisha says it. Read on.
And the man of the Most High said, Let her alone, for her soul is vexed within
What he's
her.
mad is that she didn't go to him.
Yeah.
Acting like that.
She bypassed
She bypassed him and act like he wasn't nothing to go to the guy. Now he's saying, why you always fronting on her? On him.
What about chopped liver?
Yes, you are. And later on in the chapters, he proves he's chopped liver. Let's keep going. It wasn't garments and gear and stuff. Let me stop.
You ain't got the drips.
That's him. He want the drip. He want the drip. Gehazi wanted it out.
You can't talk to me if you ain't got the drip.
He want to shine. Well, let's keep going.
And the
Why
Most High.
everybody want to talk to him?
Listen to it, all the stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the Most High have hid it from me and have not told me.
So he says, well, what's dope is that at the time, Elisha's like, the Most High hid from me what her ailment is. Wow. He said, normally, I would know what the problem is before the person will come around. He said, I don't know what's really going on with her. Let her talk. I'm blind to it. Read on.
Then she said, Did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, Do not deceive me?
He said, I told you, why are you playing on my heart? Read on.
Then he said to Gehazi, gird up thy loins, and take up my staff in thine hand, and go thy way.
So don't forget, he didn't know the situation. He didn't know to the extent of what was needed to deal with the ailment of the boy. Okay? So he says, take my staff, because obviously there was virtue there. There was virtue in the staff. There was power in the staff. However it is, the Most High granted him some type of power to where basic things can be done through it. Okay? Read on.
If thou meet any man, salute him not. And if any salute thee, answer him not again.
Don't get distracted.
He said, don't get distracted. It says, the reason it was said is because people in the East lost much time giving and returning prolonged greetings. He said, you said hey to somebody, that's a 30-minute conversation.
What's going on with you, man?
You saluting this brother, it's an hour, you burnt an hour talking to this cat, 20 minutes talking to this cat, 45 minutes talking to this cat. He said, man, don't talk to nobody, just go, bro. You gonna sit back here, it can be nightfall by the time you get down there, man. Shucking and jiving with
It's
this
been a
man.
while since we've
What's
seen
going
you.
on, brother? Hey, brother, man, I had an argument with my woman last night. I was bored. I was ready to deal with her.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, you deal with all this country talk. You gotta go, man. Get on the horse and get out of here. Don't say nothing to nobody.
Don't even wait.
Man.
Don't. And that's what I'm saying. All these conversations.
You ain't got time to say what's up?
No. Oh,
big
what happened,
guy.
brother?
Yeah.
I thought you was a brother.
That's good.
But the listeners like, listen, don't talk to none of these black folks. They're gonna keep you there all damn day long. Avoid them.
I need to. I need to.
Come on, get a beer.
1 minute.
You don't want a beer, bro? Let's get a beer, bro. It's gonna go to beer. It's gonna go to all kind of stuff. Right?
Let me not let you.
There's all kind of distractions. Right? Councils, beer runs, the whole nine. Right? And then listen, there's one beer turns to 7. Right? You know how that shit goes. Right?
This is over. Yeah, this is over.
I got a question for you.
It's crazy. Right?
Where you get that outfit from?
That's what I'm saying. Right? It goes all directions. So Alicia's like, man, keep going, man. Keep going. Don't listen to nobody. Get to this boy. Read on.
And lay my staff upon the face of the child.
He says, put the staff on the child. So, to sit back and see what happens there. Okay? Read on.
And the mother of the child said, as the Most High liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not
He
leave
says,
thee.
I'm not leaving you. I'm not going with Gehazi. I'm following you. So when you go, I go. Read on.
And he arose and followed her.
So she got him to get down there too. Because he was trying to get Gehazi on. He's like, nah, I'm going. If you're going to be, I'm going to be here. So when are we going? So he went up going with her too. Read on.
Come. And Gehazi passed on before them.
So he got the order before they left. Read on.
And laid the staff upon the face of the child, but there was neither voice nor hearing. Wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake.
So after Gehazi had to put the staff on the child, it didn't work. So he ran back to Elisha while they were going down and said, man, it didn't work. It kind of reminds me of the scripture where whereas the prophet tried to heal somebody and it didn't work. And Christ came and did it. He said, this type of healing is going to take prayer and fasting. You have to sit back and be able to have given on a higher level to get the Most High to acknowledge you at this rate. And listen, Elisha didn't know how bad the son was. So now listen, that wasn't going to be something Gehazi could do. To sit back and bring somebody from the dead. The only person before that did that was Elijah. So now he has to sit back and do pretty much exactly the same thing that Elijah did to bring that son back to life. We're going to compare it. Read on.
And when Elisha was come into the house, behold, the child was dead and laid upon his bed. And went
So
in.
once again, Elisha didn't know how bad this was
It's too late.
until he got there. He didn't know.
That's how it came apart. Yeah.
Okay, read on.
He went in.
She didn't even tell him that. She didn't even tell him he died. At least in the scripture, it didn't say it. Read on.
Come, verse 33. He went in therefore and shut the door upon them twain and prayed unto the Most
So
High.
the first thing he did is close the door behind him and prayed. He sent his prayers to the Most High to get an understanding of what to do. to ask the Most High to assist him in this process. Okay? Read on.
And he went up and lay upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes.
So he put his eyes upon the little boy's eyes, his mouth on his mouth. Read on.
And his hands upon his hands.
Okay.
And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm.
So listen, what he started doing is he put his body over the boy's body to bring some warmth to him, to bring him back. There's some heat to him.
It's been cold.
Because he was getting stiff. So what he did is, because he sent the prayers up first, then he put his body over the young boy's body, and the flesh's child started to get warm from that. He didn't come to life, but he was getting warm.
He was getting a little bit better.
Exactly. Read on.
Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro.
So he was sitting back here going back and forth, praying, meditating, warming him up, moving around, warming him up, getting up,
and
going to and fro.
He's on the spot, bro.
He was on the spot. He didn't know what to do.
This ain't like this average situation, bro.
I know, bro.
This is an emergency. You don't know what to do. I have no control. I'm trying whatever I can do, but you're looking for the Most High to do. Can the Most High do something? And the pressure's on you because you're the prophet. You're the guy expected to be the miracle guy.
The spiritual guy. Yeah. And he's like, I'm going to send prayers up, and I'm going to sit back and do what my teacher did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I got to go follow his script. That's still what made Elijah more potent. He did it first, right?
Yeah.
Elisha was phenomenal, but Elijah did first, right? And he was the template of how to do all these things. Whether it was Elijah that came in and used his cloth material mantle to split the damn Jordan.
And
can you imagine that?
And it's powerful. This is the thing. The power is in the following.
Yeah.
And what Israel wants to do is they want to cut their own little angle out.
Their niche.
They want to make their way, and I'm different, and I'm going to glory in me being a different kind of guy.
Yep.
I want you to understand, I'm special.
Some notoriety.
I'm a special guy.
It's still an attention move.
Get noticed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Recognition.
I need the approval of people visually versus just the submission and take joy in the submission.
Right.
No one wants to take joy in this submission. The real fulfillment is the fact that you know you're doing, or you know you're pleasing the Spirit of the Most High because you're in the position of submission, because you're in the position of following the footsteps of your elders, which means you have to value what they've given you, like your parents.
Okay.
You have to value your parents' faith. Yeah, you're young. Your parents are living this religious lifestyle, quote unquote. But you know what? You're doing what they did. You're keeping the family tradition going.
And there's no shame in following.
Hell no.
There's no shame in that, especially when you don't have any answers. You better follow, especially when you don't have an answer, you don't have a remedy, you don't have a solution. You better look towards what's been laid down in front of you and duplicate the same level of intensity that you saw your masters do. You know, and there's no getting around that.
Listen, hold this real quick. So where we're at so far is that in verse 34, he said he stretched himself onto the child, and the flesh of the child began to wax warm. We're going to go to 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 17 through 22, to find out where the hell Elisha even came up with this idea.
Okay.
He sent his prayers up first, but there was a template that he followed in this situation. 1 Kings 17 and 17. Matter of fact, I need somebody else to read this. Nagaha. Oh, man.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. Emerge. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham.
All right. So we're at 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 17 through 22.
1 Kings chapter 17, verse 17. And it came to pass after these things that the son of the woman the mistress of the house, fell sick. And his sickness was so sore that there was no breath left in him.
That means he died. Read on.
And she said unto Elijah, What have I to do with thee, O thou man of the Most High? Art thou come unto me to call my sin to remembrance, and to slay my son? And he said unto her, Give me thy son. And he took him out of her bosom, and carried him up into a loft.
Up to that room, unto a room, just like Elisha did. Elisha dealt with him in that room. This little boy was dealt with the same way. Read on.
Where he abode, and laid him upon his own bed.
Just listen. The question is, did this Shunammite know about this story and put him in that bed because of the story that she knew about this Zidonian woman that Elijah put in his bed? Who knows? Read on.
Verse 20. And he cried unto the Most High, and said, O Lord my power, hast thou also brought evil upon the widow with whom I sojourn by slaying her son? And he stretched himself upon the child 3 times.
He stretched himself on the child 3 times like Elisha was doing. Nose to nose, mouth to mouth, arms to arm, body to body. To bring warmth. This gave Elisha, the story with Elisha gave a little more depth. He was giving warmth to the child.
It was like he was doing CPR.
Also,
not saying he was, but I'm saying it's like.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, real quick, if somebody could get Exodus 22 and 22 real quick, just because Elijah's prayer, asking the Most High, are you going to do this widow this way? Are you going to bring evil to this widow? Why would he even pose that question to the Most High? Why are you going to present this evil to this widow like this? Read that.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 22. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
That's a law. You're never supposed to afflict a widow or fatherless child. How does the Most High feel about a widow and a fatherless child? Read on.
Verse 23. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me.
He said if you afflict a widow at all, in any way possible, you frustrate a widow in any case, or fatherless child, and all they got to do is cry to the Most High. Read on.
And they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry.
So a widow's prayer to the Most High and a fatherless child's prayer to the Most High is guaranteed to be heard by the Father. It's the only prayer that's guaranteed that the Most High will listen to. You know what I'm saying? So you don't frustrate a widow or a fatherless child at all. Read on.
Verse 24. And my wrath shall wax hot.
Go ahead.
And I will kill you with the sword.
The Most High said, I'll kill you if you frustrate a widow or a fatherless child. So when Elijah is asking the Most High, are you going to bring evil on this fatherless child? Because he knows how the Most High feels about widows. He knows how the Most High feels about fatherless children. So that's why he's posing it this way, because what he's doing is he's stoking his affection. He's stoking the Most High's mercy by even posing that question, because he knows how the Most High is attached to those widows and those fatherless children. And then you let that go and go back to 1 Kings.
1 Kings chapter 17, verse 22. Excuse me. Verse 21. And he stretched himself upon the child 3 times, and cried unto the Most High, and said, O Lord my power, I pray thee, let this child's soul come into him again. Mm-hmm. And the Most High heard the voice of Elijah, and the soul of the child came into him again, and he revived.
So it's like, listen, I don't, believe me, I don't know half of what happened, but he prayed, he got the body warm, then he prayed for the spirit to enter. That was the succession of process. Prayed, got the body warm, and then he prayed that Most High will send the spirit back into the child. The spirit came back in the child. Okay? And it's the same thing. Go back to Elisha in 2 Kings chapter 4. Read verse 34 again.
2 Kings chapter 4, verse 34. And he went up and lay upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hands upon his hands, and he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm.
So he prayed, he got the kid warm, just like Elijah did. Read on.
Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes.
So he says, whatever he did, the child sneezed 7 times, opened his eyes, and he was back to life. Read on.
And he called Gehazi and said, Call this Shunammite. So he called her. And when she was come in unto him, he said, Take up thy son. Then she went in and fell at his feet, and bowed herself to the ground, and took up her son and went out.
And that was it. And that was it. He didn't ask for anything. He saved the child and went about his life. Read on.
And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was a dearth in the land.
Dearth is a famine, but let's get the word to be specific. Dearth. I got it. Scarcity, or as a dearth of corn, barrenness, sterility. I mean, there was a famine. Want, need, famine. So there was a famine in the land. Read on.
Okay. Verse 38. And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was a dearth in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto his servant, Set on the great pot, and seethe pottage for the sons of the prophets.
Okay. So anyway, what's happening now is Elisha is in Gilgal, and Gilgal is a city where prophets were congregating. Gilgal was a city where there were a lot of prophets. Even though there was a famine, Elisha was like, okay, listen, man, let's get some food for these brothers, man. Let's get a pot. Let's go sit back and make these brothers some stew out. We might not have no meat, but let's find something out here in the streets.
Thumbs up, bro.
Yeah. So listen, food got to get done. Read on.
Verse 39. And one went out into the field to gather herbs, and found a wild vine.
Some people say that wild vine, oh, not the vine, but the gourds. Read on.
And gathered thereof wild gourds, his lap full.
Let's get some gourds. Get the definition of gourds. I thought I read
Squash.
gourds was squash. Yes, it was, but there was wild squash.
So I still come
Huh?
from I still come from gourds.
Oh yeah, they're called gourds now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, it was squash. I read squash, so we're gonna go get some find some wild squash.
We got some in Texas, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we go in the woods out there. We go in the wilderness areas out.
Devil's Alley.
Devil's
Den.
There's wild gourds that grow, but when you crack them open, they smell like hell out.
Well, I thank you for bringing that out.
Man.
Thank you for bringing that out.
Because I used to, all the time as a kid, I'd be like to eat wild stuff.
You did. That's why I was laughing. Like, I got a taste of the damn thing.
I want to see what's going on.
They look like pears.
I remember when we was in Miami. That was like, let's climb the tree, get the coconuts down. We tried to climb it out, we couldn't climb it out. We threw rocks at it out. I forgot how we get that down.
Did he get it down?
We got it down.
Oh my
goodness!
goodness!
I think could not climb the tree out.
He had that body for
that
that.
spider monkey ability out. Now he was fixated.
Like this.
We almost wasted a half a day. You don't have no days off. We almost wasted a half a day trying to get 3 coconuts.
Yeah, he's like, we gotta get those coconuts.
Now I gotta get those coconuts.
They're growing wild. That's something about that.
Oh
They're
man.
coming on variety too.
Yeah.
Huh?
There's so many variety of gourds.
But it's so many varieties. But I'm saying even out here, there's gourds that grow, but when you crack them open, the ones out here, when you crack them open, they're not edible, right? They smell like
Rancid, huh?
really bad, bro. It's like
Yeah.
the smell of food. Like, this is good. It's like somebody's funky socks. It smells like funky football socks.
It's like mold. It's mold.
Yeah, no, that's not mold. They're fresh. They'll be fresh. They're not old.
And they've been
You
playing
crack them
football?
open, they smell like funky football socks.
I'm glad he brought that out.
That you never washed. Like 14 days you didn't wash them. You just kept practicing them. That's how it smells when you smell it.
You kept practicing them 14 days, bro?
Yeah, bro.
And you just threw them in a container rock and you just...
Yeah, that's exactly how they smell,
Wait,
bro.
man.
Like, but you want to like taste them. You're like, I ain't doing that, bro.
Now watch what happens. It's a famine. So there's not much you can do but pick that damn wild gourd.
Yeah, that's the last thing left.
This is it, bro. So they take this wild gourd. They didn't open it up, obviously. So they chopped it up and put it in the water, man, and boiled it out. Read on.
Middle of verse 39. And gathered thereof wild gourds, his lap full, and
You got a
came,
whole bunch of them. Read on.
and came and shred them into the pot of pottage, for they knew them not.
They didn't know. It was guessing. It was devil's den gourds. Devil's den soup. But keep going. That's a little area in San Antonio for those of y'all who don't know. Man. Let's keep going.
Verse 40.
It's a wooded area. Read on.
So they poured out for the men to eat. And it came to pass, as they were eating of the pottage, that they cried out and said, O thou man of the Most High,
Called buffalo gourd.
there is death in the
It
pot.
said there's death in the pot. This is death in the pot. This tastes like straight shit. I can't eat this. I'm glad that you said what you said because it was a perfect lead-in. It was devil's den food. It was horrible. They said it was death in the pot.
And this goes to show though, for all those churchgoers that believe you can eat anything because God made it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people believe, well, God made it. All you gotta do is pray over it.
Thanksgiving, huh?
Yeah, just pray over
Shit.
it. No, everything ain't
These
meant
men said this damn death in this pot.
Listen, right here it says buffalo gourd, right? This is the gourd I'm talking about, right? This guy on YouTube says it tastes like it's going to kill me.
And that's what it is.
That's what the guy said. I didn't make this up, bro. He tried to eat it.
But this is what the prophet said. This is death in this body. I can't consume this. There's no way I'm going to consume it. And what the commentary said is,
Let me ask you, is it Edomite?
yeah.
Yeah, it's Edomite, bro, right here.
Because he tried it.
If you smell it, it's bad. Right here.
I'm curious.
Yeah,
It tastes like it's going to kill me.
Yeah, of course.
That's death in the pot.
Yeah. Because anybody with sense know you smell that.
Like, man. Or you get one sip, you're like, hell no. Listen to what it says about when they tasted it. And put them into the pot. The unknown gorge had a horrible taste and may have caused some violent physical reaction to those who tasted the stew. It was going out both ways, bro. It tasted like death and it was going out both ways. Like this.
A violent physical reaction.
Come on, man.
That's like castor beans.
Oh, bro.
The worst.
So this is a bad situation. This is a bad meal, but they were hungry. So now there's a famine. Now you're going to be dehydrated after throwing up and pooping all damn day long. This is a bad situation. Anyway.
We need a prophet over here.
He's like, man of God, this is death in this box, man. What are we going to do with this?
That bad cooking, man.
Oh, man.
Everything cooked ain't good.
And everybody's mad. Everybody's upset. It's a bad day in the prophet house, the brother's house.
This is bad.
And there's no other food to eat.
Hey man, Galabah one time had he made a stew in Albuquerque for the fair, and we spent $40 on some steak, and he ended up putting some vinegar, some chocolate.
Chocolate?
Yeah,
man. Chocolate meat?
He was just
he was just throwing stuff in the pot. Everybody's mad. We spent $40 on that steak. Y'all say he mutilated that steak.
I remember that. It was a council behind that.
Yeah, there was a whole council. Everybody's angry. So you blew that money out.
Man, you threw chocolate and spices together. That was horrible.
Vinegar,
It all
chocolate.
smell good.
Then he had some, what else to put in there?
You can't even do this and chew that shit and get through it, man. You can't do it,
Trying to make mole.
Yeah, it's like a mole. You just season it.
He was trying to do his thing. It was just nobody told him to do that, bro.
Yeah.
He did what he wanted to do.
We took him off cooking after that. We weren't allowed to cook for the brothers no more.
That was funny. That was a funny day. That was a hell of a council too, right?
Yeah.
Everybody was upset because you're anticipating to eat. You're hungry. You worked all day, and this guy wants to start throwing chocolate.
Just throwing random pieces of.
And he eat like it's good. Oh, it's good to me. It's not like brother. Nobody else likes it.
Gosh. It happens.
So let's keep going. It says, "And thou man of God, there is death in this pot. I can't touch this no more. Nobody can eat it." No, keep going.
Okay. O thou man of the Most High, there is death in the pot.
Yeah.
They
The way
cannot
it's written
eat.
is hilarious. There's death here. This is where death lies. In this pot right here.
That's what
He basically
said it smelled like it was going to
It's also
I
called.
know. Just like this guy said on the thing,
It's also called a coyote gourd or a stinking gourd.
Yeah.
Well, not here. I don't know.
But it looks healthy on the
You
outside.
got coyote squash, but that's a different. That's what we
Coyote
coyote
gourd.
Yeah.
But the taste is. I guess these wild foods, they're wild for a reason. They're not always.
Maybe you shouldn't just.
You
can't taste all the berries and stuff, man.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
made from raccoon, man. That's raccoon food. That's something.
But let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Oh. And they could not eat thereof. Verse 41. But he said, then bring meal.
So bring some flour. Listen, I don't know where the hell Elisha came with these ideas at. Their work, their spiritualism, man. Put some flour in it, man. Read on.
And he cast it into the pot. And he said, pour out for the people.
First of all, the amount of faith those prophets had to give it a second chance at. To sit back here, you knew what happened to you just 5 minutes ago, Adam. And they throw that meal in there, that flour in there. They went back and
cut that ammonia out of it.
I don't know what the hell. The level that Elisha was on.
Yeah.
This level of understanding of like, I don't know if it was that he just followed orders from the Most High, or he understood how the flour was going to counteract the smell, or the toxicity of it.
Right.
I don't know what the hell flour would do for it, but it worked. He said, "Bring flour."
Isn't it like how Moses put that stick, the vegetable root, put in that water that tastes
Water
good?
that was bitter, sweet.
Yeah. I don't
It
know.
made the water sweet.
Yeah. No, Elisha did that too. Elisha did it. Elijah or Elisha. One of them did that. They sat back. You know, it's Elijah. Elijah sat back here and made the water taste good.
Oh yeah, he did do that.
Elijah did that. It was like a couple chapters ago, a couple weeks ago. So listen, bro. Don't know how spiritual the Most High sits back here and works it, but he said put some flour in it in the pot. Does anybody put flour in pots in
make
soup?
a gravy.
Yeah.
Make
like
roux.
Make
Oh, does it?
thicker,
Like for gumbo.
thickening.
Brown it.
So just
That's
put
the
flour in there. This works.
Yeah.
That's how you make the
That's
gravy.
the only way I
Whisk it.
yeah,
Yes,
make
like
it
big
thicker.
gravy. Just whisk it.
It's-
But you gotta whisk that flour first.
Thickening.
burn.
You don't want to get it all lumpy.
That's what does the flour get lumpy? You gotta keep
Yeah,
it.
you
Yeah,
gotta
it hits
keep
the
it
heat
in
directly.
there.
You gotta keep stirring it.
I'm like this. Keep gravy, stir vigorously.
With a whisk.
with a wooden pot, with a wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just.
You gotta put
Don't
that
let
air
it
in.
burn. Don't let it burn.
So he says, put some meal in it. Read on. We verse 41 from the top again.
Come, verse 41. But he said, then bring meal. And he cast it into the pot, and he said, pour out for the people, that they may eat. And there was no harm in the pot.
And the food was okay after that. You know, you show that Most High allowed Elisha to heal in so many different ways. He healed the poor woman. Her situation. He helped fix the rich woman's son. Heal him, bring him back from death. He's helping out the prophets and their meals out. But what he's doing is he's using ways that were contrary to how the religion of Baal operated. We're going to kind of connect that a little bit later on. The prophets of Baal were using obviously these same type of approaches to do their witchcraft and to do their antidotes in their society. Baal, the religion of Baal was really strong in Israel at this time. So all of these great things Elisha was doing, he was doing it for these people individually. But the word was getting around in hopes that the people that were following Baal, that were Israelites, would change to doing things the way the Most High was doing it. He kind of explains it even in verse 42. Read verse 42.
Verse 42. And there came a man from Baal Shalisha.
First of all, why in the hell is the city called Baal Shalisha? To the point where Israel was naming cities after Baal in Israel. That's how bad the Baal influence was rising amongst Israel. There was still only a handful of cities that were still true to the Israelite name. Certain cities were being renamed and changed. There was a man from Baal Shalisha. The fact that the cities were called by those names, well, you know how rampant the observance of Baal was.
Major.
So all of these miracles and these great things the Most High was doing through Elisha was also used to counteract the new idolatry going on at the time. Okay, read on.
And there came a man from Baal Shalisha, and brought the man of the Most High.
Elisha was a town in Babylon.
And his name meant thrice great Lord. meaning he's 3 times as great as a Lord or power. So if that's his name, then the people feel like he's 3 times more powerful than the Most High.
So the Most High had to continue to work through Elisha and Elijah to disprove the influence of Baal in the society. So the fact that Baal Elisha was so close to Gilgal, these were Israelite towns. People were changing their whole lives to these religions and beliefs. So this is why the Most High had to use these miracles through these great men to counteract the religion of the time. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as we're going through. Read on.
And brought the man of the Most High bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, and full ears of corn in the husk thereof. And he said, give unto the people that they may eat.
What you gonna say?
I want to pause right here. Jeremiah 11 and 13.
Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 13.
Most had something to say about this idolatry and how we dealt with it when it came to cities. This isn't the confirmation of that point.
Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 13. For according to the number of thy cities were thy gods.
For according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, thy idols.
That's crazy, bro.
We're naming cities after idols. Baal Hermon. We're naming cities after all these different gods we worship. Because we're off with the Father. Even though he gave us the land. The Most High gave us the land. And we're naming the cities in the land after different idols that we want to worship.
And the amount of cities, for the amount of cities in Israel, we had that many different gods we were serving. Now, you know, Ishmael had a god for each day of the year, 360 gods. For all the cities in Israel, we had that many gods we were serving.
Wow. Read on.
Come. O Judah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem, have ye set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense unto Baal.
That's how widespread these different religions and influences were amongst our people. We had altars for every street.
Okay, so that's what's going on. So now let's read verse 42 again. Slide from the top.
Verse 42, 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 42. And there came a man from Baal Shaisha, and brought the man of the Most High bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, and full ears of corn in the husk thereof. And he said, give unto the people that they may eat. So
the gift was supposed to be to Elisha. Elisha said, listen, man, give it to all the people so they can get something. So the guy's like, it's not enough to get everybody fed, man. It was 20 loaves of barley. And that's not enough. Full ears of corn, that's not enough to feed everybody. Read on.
Verse 43. And his servitor said, what? Should I set this before 100 men? And he said again, give the people that they may eat. For thus saith the Most High, they shall eat and shall leave thereof.
He says they're going to get taken care of. This is what Shamshwan said earlier about all the fish and bread that kept being multiplied. It's another example of Elisha sitting back here, and the Most High through Elisha allowed him to have all the bread and meal exponentially grow, especially during this time of what? Famine. To sit back here and take care of the people. Okay? Read on.
Verse 44. So he set it before them, and they did eat, and left thereof, according to the word of the Most High.
So read on. Oh, I'm sorry, that was it. Hold that. Handle your business. I'm gonna have to read this real quick. I'm gonna read this real quick. I want to bring this out. It's in the Bible commentary, and it just talks about, and it says the Most High's miracles through Elijah and Elisha, and it just kind of goes into all of the miracles, but it goes into the miracles, and it also explains the elements involved. And the reason they go into the elements involved is because a lot of science, a lot of witchcraft, a lot of all of the different idols that the nations and sorceries follow, it was really based on the elements that were used and the manipulation of elements to create the result that you're looking for. Okay, that was what a lot of witchcraft and what all science is about now. Alchemy, it's the same kind. It used to be called witchcraft. Then it turned to alchemy, and alchemy turned to science.
Chemistry.
Alchemy, chemistry, science. Okay, and it was the manipulation of elements.
Also making poisons too.
Huh?
Using poisons out, taking elements and using them to kill people.
Huh?
You know, eliminate people. They people knew if you take just like you take anything for its good, you can turn around and turn it for its bad.
Huh?
You know, the toxicity of things can contaminate the body.
Yep. So when you dealt with whether it was Elijah being fed by the ravens, they talk about the elements involved was water, food, the widow's food multiplied, flour, oil. It just goes into the different elements, whether it's Elisha, the Jordan River parting, water, Jericho, the spring water was purified, that was water. Elisha did that. I mean, Elisha, not Elisha, did that. But the point is just water, oil, flour, bread, grain, fire. All these different elements. There's many of these elements, water, flour, oil, fire, and wind, were polemics. 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 Somebody here in the right out the definition. Polemics is controversial, disputative, intended to maintain an opinion or a system in opposition to others. So what it's saying is all these things, that all these miracles that was being done through Elisha and Elijah was created and set up to be controversial, to sit back and to counter what was being established to the people day to day.
So this was disruptive to the social norm at the time.
It was disruptive to the social room of the Baal movement.
Yeah.
It's no different than today when you got Santeria, Brujeria, you got these different Babalao priests, you got voodoo, you got all these different, you got these what do you call them? These herbaletias. You know what I'm saying? Where you go and they might prescribe a remedy to take off a sickness, because people will hype up those remedies. They'll hype up, the chicken eggs, the power of the chicken egg, or the crow's foot. They got voodoo stores and they got stores that
everywhere
celebrate this left hand witchcraft.
I'm thinking herbaletias.
Herbaletias,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But you got different places that you can go to where you can get a potion, or you can get a remedy, or you can get a concoction made, or you can get clean. You get somebody spraying vodka and blowing tobacco smoke on you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To clean you from a negative, from roots, or from oho.
Real.
Somebody give you oho. You know what I'm saying? They hit you with the wicked eye, or they, you know what I'm saying? They touch you. They touch your baby or something. They gotta touch your baby so they don't give you bad luck. I mean, it's so much superstitions that exist that are attached to these ancient deities.
Yes.
They're attached to ancient deities. So no different than what he has to do now. What he was doing then is what we have to do now. We got to take people out of their superstition.
Yep.
You're right.
Because people still coming here into this knowledge with this grand superstition that their belief, their tradition, is going to save them from their situation.
Yep.
A lot of our people, we dealing with the 12 tribes. So we dealing with Zebulon, Issachar, Ephraim, Levi. Man, they all have this celebration of left hand knowledge. That's a culmination of Catholicism mixed with West African voodoo.
And it's just it's just tradition.
It's
not really evil or bad. It's the tradition.
It's their customs.
Yeah.
But their customs are left hand. So we got to convince people now to cast off their scarification.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? From whether it's brothers coming in that from Ephraim or Manasseh that got the cuts that their grandma put on them with the razor blade on the chest and on their back. We run into this all the time. I mean, there's no need to talk about it, but since we're on the topic, we're not celebrating it. What we're saying is, somebody has to offset what's popular when it comes to the belief system that the people believe in when it's superstitious.
That's what Paul was doing.
Paul was a master. Paul was doing that in Acts chapter 8. You know what I'm saying? When you had the man that was using, he wanted the power that they had of touching the handkerchiefs and casting it out to the people, healing people. You had the man that wanted to use that power to make money. He said, man, you must be the gall of your of iniquity. He said, because this gift is not given for that purpose. But people want power even if it comes from a magician or a witch or a sorcerer.
It doesn't matter where it is, as long as it's power.
As long as it's power or it's answers.
Yeah.
So they'll deal with necromancy. Necromancy is more popular than ever. You know what I'm saying? Talking to the dead.
Especially now because a lot of these celebrities die, and it's getting popular for they have necromancers online, and they call these spirits out of these dead celebrities.
Yeah, Cleo, call me now with the fake accent.
Exactly.
Call me now. Touch the TV right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got our people right now that are engulfed in the left hand science and knowledge, and then you got these alternative religions that are also pushing this left hand knowledge.
You right for now, and I know you already know this. When we go to the mall, and you go right to the Earthbound, it's like a store full of nothing but those
figurines,
curious arts and stuff like that.
Eastern philosophies.
Yeah, those little books. Every you get a book, it's a left hand book.
Yeah. You got people you got the palm with the eyeball in it.
Yeah.
You got people wearing that necklace. You know what I'm saying, with the palm with the eyeball in it. You got people like, what are you wearing this for? It's for oval. It's for bad luck. It's a good omen. Or it's crystals. You got a lot of our people walking around with crystals in their pocket.
Yeah.
Talking about they're trying to make sure that they get good energy. You know what I'm saying? We still or they got necklaces with crystal in them. Our people are forever trying to attach themselves to some type of tradition, some type of superstition that's going to help them out, but they ignore the Most High all the time. They bypass the Most High. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a whole class within itself. But no, we got to do the same thing today that people did back then, was to show that your belief in these left-hand gods is inefficient. And this is inefficient for solving your problem. And the more you believe in this, like Elijah, laughing at the men that was cutting themselves, where's your God? He must be asleep. You gotta scream louder, cut yourself some more. He might be asleep or on a long journey. Wake him up, he can't hear you. You know what I'm saying? We gotta convince our people today to put them things down, man. But they don't want to put it down because it's tradition.
And honestly, tradition, yes. And then after a while, when the good things randomly happen to you, they attribute all the good. It could have been the Most High doing it for you.
Yeah.
But they attribute the Most High's good to their trinkets. Well, you know, it's this little thing I have, this little amulet like that.
Amulet, yeah.
It's my lucky amulet.
Yeah.
My lucky rabbit's foot.
Yeah.
Or this little picture I have. Issachar's real good for that picture out. Those saints.
Yeah.
Those saints with the keychain out. Those saints in the car.
That's all the tribes out.
Yeah, not just Issachar. Not
Yeah.
just Issachar.
All the tribes.
I'm San Antonio.
No, but you see it in Brazil, you see it in Chile.
We love all the tribes, yo.
Yeah.
You see it in Honduras. It's a guy. Day of the Dead.
Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah, Dia de los Muertos. Now that tradition is heavy all over.
Yes. So this is so the Most High is committing and allowing these miracles to counteract the witchcraft that's sweeping the nation, that will sweep the nation and hypnotizing them into tapping into it. So the Most High, this is why the Most High is doing all these things, because word was getting around, and the Most High wanted to remind the people that the Most High was real. He was a living power, and those miracles were testaments to that. There had to be something to counterbalance the religions of Baal and the Philistines and the other nations that the leadership in the high echelon of the society was pushing and implementing, whether it was Ahab or Ahaziah or Jehoram at the time. Okay, so just to keep that in mind, so it says the using of the elements, but on the right hand side, water, flour, oil, fire, and wind were polemics against Baal, the god of rain, lightning, and vegetation. Even the restoration of two boys back to life, one by Elijah, one by Elisha, was a polemic against the practice of child sacrifice and against the myth that Baal was dead 6 months each year and then raised annually. Baal's restoration to life was only mythical. The boy's restoration to life was real. So all these things that was done was counteracts to the religion of the nations at the time. Okay? So now,
You said it was water, flour, oil.
water, flour, oil, fire, and wind. But those elements were heavily used as the foundation of the witchcraft that the nations were into as well. So we use those same, He's used those same concepts against the nations. He used those same elements on the right hand side to show the Most High was in control of all these elements anyway.
Like the staff, the serpent.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what they want to do is they want to attribute a god to these different items.
Yep.
This is the god of the water.
Yep.
This is the god of the fire.
But the Most High is in control of the water, the fire, the flower, all these other.
But they want to say these lesser deities are actual supreme beings.
Yes.
And not the Most High.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So it goes into it in the Apocrypha where it says that the nation Israel wants to sit back and worship the creation, not the creator.
God.
You want to worship the elements, but not the power. Who made the elements?
That's why they always misjudge. Even they do it all the time with weather, man. You know, they always talk about storms of biblical proportion, fires of holy fires of biblical proportion. You know, the meteorologists will always use a biblical term, but they always attribute it to El Nino, or they'll attribute it to Hurricane Sandy, or they'll always give it a regular name, but they never say this. We're being plagued by the heavenly Father.
Exactly.
They'll never say.
We're
that.
not going to talk about that.
No.
They'll never say we're.
Most High is mad right
It's just
now. Because you know what blew me away? I was walking in the gas station, bro. I looked down and I saw a newspaper. I said, "What's going on over here?" It says Colorado. We just previously passed the legislation to have weed be legalized. It was like one of the first in the state, right? Then right after that, it said biblical sized landslides. I'm like, you can't put two together, bro.
Nope.
Yeah.
You're having
It's the storm circuits.
landslides.
It's circuits of winds and circuits of storms.
You know, they were just talking about it in California. They're just in San Francisco in particular. They're being hit by these hurricanes, and they call them rivers in the sky.
What?
And they call them biblical rivers that are in the sky that's dropping rain. They call them biblical currents, bro. Something like this.
Wow.
That is dropping rain on San Francisco, creating. These people are putting sandbags around their houses, and they said these are rivers in the sky that they said is abnormal, but they're saying that it's due to global warming. But they use a biblical term. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me see if I can
Global
pull it up.
warming.
They said it's let me see. Yeah, you look myself, I can't find it.
Always like that. When we start going back into it, it'll pop in
Pop
your
up,
head.
yeah. They talk about these storms being let me see. What you got, sis?
It says the biblical flood that will drown California.
The biblical flood that will drown California.
Most High is upset, California.
Yeah, so
There's good
but
reason.
they talk about these rivers that they said are existing, that are atmospheric rivers.
Yeah.
They call them atmospheric rivers, where they never seen rivers that are in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I got some new
Atmosphere
for you.
is
I got
river-
some new
river.
for all y'all.
Yeah, the Most High dropping plagues left
Well,
and
you
right.
suckers. Y'all suckers.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's straight up, man. I don't know where it is. I had it.
Yeah.
Atmospheres and rivers?
Yeah. You can look at atmospheric rivers. It'll pop up. But all these things is what the Most High is doing. But back in the day, that would have been the gods are angry at us.
Yes.
You know, well, maybe if you know what I'm saying, you legalizing drugs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you legalizing.
You pushing these liberal concepts out.
Right. Exactly. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something else.
Yeah.
I'll say.
I know. Yeah. Non-simple, non-spoken. Yeah. I think you're just saying we're going to try to keep it as PC as possible.
Okay.
So let's keep in the scripture. 2 Kings chapter 5 verse 1.
2 Kings chapter 5 verse 1. Now Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master, and honorable, because by him the Most High had given deliverance unto Syria. He was also a mighty man in valor, but he was a leper.
Listen, by this captain of the host, the Most High had given deliverance unto Syria. So once again, the Most High is in control of all nations, all empires, and he uses different individuals to accomplish his goal. So this man was a great man of Syria, but he was also a leper. Read on.
And the Syrians had gone out by companies, and had brought away captive out of the land of Israel a little maid, and she waited on Naaman's wife.
So it so happened that there was an Israelite woman who served Naaman's wife. Okay, read on.
And she said unto her mistress, would the Most High, my Lord, work with the prophet that is in Samaria? For he will recover him of his leprosy.
Because once again, word got around about the power of Elisha. Word got around about his exploits. This was how this was how Israel started to believe that the Most High was real. The miracles is what was necessary to get Israel to get back on board with the Heavenly Father. And that was the only thing we had to counteract the implementation of the Baal worship at the time.
Yeah.
So this young woman said, listen, the Most High is with this man, the Lord. If my Lord can sit back here and go meet with him, the leprosy will be cured. Read on.
She didn't ask for. She was not that dumb king who said, "Well, we got to consort with Baal. What the prophets of Baal at?"
I know. That was Ahaziah. He was trying to find about Beelzebub.
Yeah.
How am I going to be able to get through this injury? From this window, the second story window?
I didn't know something. I just got. I can relate to. It's real. I know.
But see, this woman told a nation. She said, "Listen, hey, if my master goes to Elisha, everything's going to be okay." Read on.
Verse 4. And one went in and told his Lord, saying, Thus and thus said the maid that is of the land of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And the king of Syria said, Go, and I will send a letter unto the king of Israel. And he departed, and took with him 10 talents of silver, and 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of raiment.
So he said, listen, man, the information got to Naaman, which was the number 2 to the king of Syria. The king of Syria, the message got to the king of Syria. He said, listen, man, Naaman, go, man. Get this thing taken care of. I'll let Jehoram know you're coming, so he'll take care of you. I'm going to send you this bread. I'm going to send you these resources to give as a gift to show that there's peace, so you can get taken care of. Read on.
Verse 6. And he brought the letter to the king of Israel, saying, Now when this letter is come unto thee, behold, I have therewith sent Naaman, my servant, to thee, that thou mayest recover him of his leprosy. And it came to pass, when the king of Israel had read the letter, that he rent his clothes.
He was like, dude, this dude's trying to set me up. Because first of all, the king of Israel didn't believe like that. So he's like, man, this guy's sitting back here and expecting me to take this man's leprosy from him. There's no way I'm going to do that. I can't do that. I don't know anybody that can do it. So all this Baal junk didn't work. Once again, this was another knock against the prophets of Baal.
This is an embarrassment.
Because listen, if Baal was so bothered, let Baal sit back here and take the leprosy from Naaman.
Yeah. So I put him on the spot.
Because that was Jehoram's God. Go to Baal to get this thing situated.
And this goes back to the point when people think, how come your science ain't working? All this technology you got.
What about your think tank? Your think tank, your science?
Yeah. Where your smart people at?
I know. Yeah. And that's the whole point. And so now he's afraid. He's afraid that it ain't going to work out. So read on.
That he rent his clothes, and said, Am I the Most High, to kill and to make alive, that this man doth send unto me to recover a man of his leprosy?
Well, he's saying that. But he obviously asked his Baal prophets, can this be done? You're like, no, my Lord, it can't be done.
Yeah.
With all the scrolls of Marduk.
Yeah.
The Marduk scrolls, there's nothing written that will give us the leprosy answer.
And they look real stupid.
They look dumb.
Yeah.
They look powerless.
And the king looks stupid too.
Because he's like, I'm going to tell the guy it can't get done, and the king of Syria is going to want to go to war with me.
Bad politics.
It's like, it's going to go bad.
I'm not going to get elected for next campaign.
Yeah. Shoot, man.
Next political office.
So he's stressing out. This Baal God protection ain't working. There's a snare that they can't solve and fix. Read on.
Wherefore consider, I pray you, and see how he seeketh a quarrel against me.
He said, this guy's setting me up for a war.
Yeah. Most High setting you
He's
up
trying
for
to get me to do something that I can't accomplish, and then they're going to want to come kill me because of it. Read on.
Verse 8. And it was so, when Elisha, the man of the Most High, had heard that the king of Israel had rent his
He
clothes.
was crying and panicking. Read on.
Look,
But you see how quickly the information gets around? Information about what's going on with the king. There's a lot of cheeseman going on here, bro. There's a lot of information and rumors, and this is how things go around.
It's insiders. They got family. Let me know what's going on.
Exactly.
And they're just telling the whole nation out.
But it's important to know this because this is how the word spreads. The Most High is the power, and that Baal isn't the power that we're supposed to follow.
He's inferior. And the king got no answers. The king's looking stupid right now.
Yes, he is. So let's
like
keep.
Biden a little bit.
Always goes back to Biden and bad politics.
He's always like this.
It always goes back to Joe Biden.
Don't look at me. These gas prices are crazy. Look at him.
How is Putin the reason the gas prices is high?
Only
You put the sanctions on him.
We only buy our gas from Russia. We only get 3% of our gas from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3% comes from Russia.
Problem is, they just lost their flunky in Venezuela because they was getting their oil from Venezuela. That guy got ousted. That was pro-America.
Oh yeah.
And they got a pro-Venezuela guy there now. But they need this guy.
It's not looking good. Right?
It's not looking good across the
board. The woman's not there no more?
Yeah, they lost him. I know it's a dude. And they got rid of him. The people got rid of him. Yep, in Venezuela. So they're losing power. All their little proxies are falling apart all around the world. Anyway, more on that later. Well, let's continue, man.
Verse 7. And it came to pass when the king of Israel had read the letter.
No, it's verse 8, sir. It's verse 8.
And it was so when Elisha, the man of the Most High, had heard that the king of Israel had rent his clothes, that he sent to the king, saying, Wherefore hast thou rent thy clothes? Let him come down to me, and he shall know that there is a prophet in Israel.
First of all, he gonna come to me, bro.
That's embarrassing.
He said, you gotta come to me if you want to save your life and save your position. Bend the knee and ask for answers.
Call the prophet right now. Call 911. Call the real prophet. Now you gotta come to me, bro. You gotta come.
No, come to me. I'll be at Mark Conway. You know where I'm at. You know where I'm at. Come on through.
That's humbling.
Come on through and ask me for the answer. I got the answer.
The king gotta get his caravan, all his people looking at him like, the king gotta go see this guy? You look real weak right now.
That looks real weak.
You looking weak out there.
But listen, are you crying? You crying in your bed chambers? You crying, huh?
Because if you don't get this
all
answer,
them answers ain't working, huh?
The Mysterious is gonna be on you real quick.
You's afraid that if they don't get an answer, them things gonna come get you, huh? You gotta get a little juvenile in there, huh? Little juvie.
The boys gonna come see him, huh?
You afraid that if you ain't got this answer, them boys gonna come get you, huh? Bear.
You got a little hard, huh?
Let me stop.
Bob was like,
yeah, so he's coming out of Mount Carmel, and I got some answers for you. Read on that.
Verse 9. So Naaman came with his horses,
broken down, humble. Read on.
And with his chariot, and stood at the door of the house of Elisha.
So the crazy thing is, what happened is, the king of the northern kingdom ended up just sending Naaman to him. He didn't even go down. He just sent Naaman to him out. So let's keep going. So that the number 2 of Syria meets Elisha. Read on.
Verse 10. And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee.
What's so hilarious is that Naaman goes all the way to Mount Carmel. And then he sent his number 2, Gehazi. Go tell him to wash in Jordan 7 times. Jordan's on the other side of the town, bro. Listen, Mount Carmel is on the far west, on the coastal city of Israel, northern kingdom. He said, go to the Jordan. The Jordan's in the middle, in the east.
So what's that mean? What's that? I missed it.
I mean, get out of here.
He's like, get out. Listen.
Not in a bad way.
Elisha's in his crib. He tells Gehazi, go talk to Naaman outside. Go meet him outside and tell him to go the other way to Jordan and get in the water 7 times. And that's it. That's the answer. And Naaman, too, he's royalty. He's near royalty. He's used to being treated with some royalty and respect. You ain't gonna tell me to get in some dirty water? Let's keep going. Read verse 10 again.
Verse 10. And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying,
Elisha didn't even see him face to face.
That's what he was. That's what
he got sunned a little bit.
He got sunned because he was expecting him to at least get some red carpet out.
Yeah,
red carpet. He didn't even get an invitation in the house.
He didn't get inside. That's what I'm saying. Meet him outside. Meet him outside. He brought all this pomp and circumstance.
You can't come in here.
He brought horses, gold. He brought his muscle.
Yep.
Listen, make go outside and tell him to dip in his water a couple times. He'll be all right, man.
Have that in the front yard, bro. Just talk to him in the front yard.
Yeah, just talk to him in the front yard. That's embarrassing,
That's embarrassing, bro.
Don't even unmount from that horse.
Yeah, stay on time. Turn around.
Stay on that horse.
You got another 100 miles on the other opposite side. Go 100 miles the other way. That way. You go that way. It's the truth.
That way.
I'm telling you, they went all the way west to go all the way east.
Wow.
Isn't that like
That's kind of.
That's a distance from the coast to the.
Yeah.
That's a distance from the coast to the Jordan River.
But think about this.
It's on the other side of the.
What did verse 8 say? Read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. And it was so, when Elisha the man of the Most High had heard that the king of Israel had rent his clothes, that he sent to the king, saying, Wherefore hast thou rent thy clothes? Let him come now to me, and he shall know that there is a prophet in Israel.
I said that wrong earlier. He's told the king to tell Naaman to go to him directly. He didn't tell, Elisha didn't tell the northern tribe king to come to him. He just told the king to tell
His emissary?
the number 2 to come to meet him directly. So that's what happened initially. So now he comes all the way down and gets sunned and told to go back to Jordan. And it still comes off disrespectful. And it comes off like he's getting kind of big time. Now read verse 10.
Verse 10.
No, verse 10. Verse 10.
And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean.
And the crazy thing is, like we read it, read verse 9 again.
Verse 9. So Naaman came with his horses and with his chariot,
I'll say one thing.
Real quick.
and stood at the door of the house of Elisha.
So he was at the door front. He was at the, that's what I'm saying. He was at the door front.
He wasn't invited in.
And that's what I'm saying. He told Gehazi, go outside and tell this guy to leave. It's good. Jump in this water 7 times and be okay. He sunned this number 2 guy out. All he could have just said, listen, he could have told the king to tell him that. He made him go all the way down, huh?
Tell him to go over there.
He didn't even come out of his robe, his bathrobe, He did his bathrobe, fart in his room, Listen, just tell this guy to do this, man. He's gonna be alright. He didn't even get out of his bathrobe,
Some importance outside.
Listen, man, tell him, tell him, go in that water 7 times.
You know, he just took a nap. Like.
Yeah, he could have been eating. He could have been eating some chicken. I said, listen, man, the chicken come out. Tell him to go in that Jordan 7 times.
Oh man,
He'll be. Listen, the leprosy will be gone after that.
You know what's crazy is that he's the one that told him to come down.
I know.
He told him come down to see me, and then he came down to see him. Didn't even come outside.
Listen, he's like, you're serving the Most High, man. Break yourself. You want to get clean of leprosy, right?
But you know,
follow orders. But it goes back into that following orders process.
But that's why in 2 Corinthians, read 11-3 real quick. 2
Crazy,
11-3.
We talked about it earlier about how humbly getting the solutions to your problems are.
That's why people hate following counsel.
Yeah.
Read that.
2 Corinthians 11, verse 3. But I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety.
Through his subtlety, go ahead.
So your minds should be corrupted.
How?
From the simplicity that is in Yahushua.
Because you know what? Every time you give brothers counsel, it can be the easiest, the most simplest counsel. But because it didn't come in the way that they want it, they don't believe it. And they reject it. They don't believe it. They discredit it. They discount it. Because they expected that you was going to give them some elaborate 50-minute, 3-hour counsel to where you was going to ask them every detail about their life. But you gave them a 2-second counsel. I want to counsel with you. I've been trying to counsel with you all week, brother. You're a hard man to catch up to. You know, I've been trying to counsel with you all week. You give them a 5-minute counsel, they like, that's it? I've been waiting the whole week just to get 5 minutes? Yeah, because it's not that difficult. But who makes it difficult?
People.
You do.
You know what I'm saying? He said through what?
Through the simplicity. Excuse me.
But I fear. Yeah, but I fear. Yeah.
But I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your minds should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Yahushua.
And because Christ is very simple, because Christ is the master of obedience.
Wow.
And so because he mastered obedience, that's why it's not difficult to get the answer that you need, because a lot of your answers come from you having to follow the instruction that you're given.
So are you saying this, I have to say this because you're saying something. So are you saying the reason why we don't have answers, we don't have solutions, is because we don't want to obey?
Right.
Because if you're saying that Most High wants you to obey to get answers.
Yeah.
But if I don't have answers, because I'm not wanting to obey.
Because I don't want to obey. I That's why I got no answer.
Damn, man, that's crazy. Man.
And also, you know, the crazy thing is, people just don't want. They don't want the answers. They want to feel good.
Yeah.
They want to feel good. They want to feel good in the process of getting, huh?
That's backstrokes.
They want to feel good. They want to feel that what they're doing is really important.
They want to say, man, I was on the phone with a war all night.
Yeah, man.
We talked all night.
They bonded. It was brothers. I got answers. I got clarity.
He broke it down to me, yo. We was on the phone all night. What did he tell you? Study. That was it. That was
Read
it.
something.
That's all he told you.
Get some litter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And that's the crazy thing. But if you tell them just study, it's got to be more to it.
It's got to be more than that.
I got to make you feel good. I got to massage the ego. I got to tell him he's battling. He's giving 110%. And then study.
When I'm in that situation,
Just study the damn Bible.
Look, I'm in that situation sometimes like, man, this person expecting something from, like, you feel like the pressure to perform.
They're like this. So what do I do? What do I do?
Give me performance.
You're my elder! You're my elder! I need answers!
Yeah.
I just gave you the answer.
That's it.
You need more? I just told you what to do.
You're my elder.
But how do you do it? I told you what to do. I said the words.
Yeah. Showed you the scripture.
Oh my gosh. What more do I got to give you?
I'm not satisfied.
That's what Israel is. They want more than that. They want more than the answer. They want the experience.
They want Bible monkey tricks out.
No. What they want their situation to be special.
Yeah.
You're right.
And they want
They want to feel good about it.
They want their situation to be going above and beyond what everybody in the world is going through.
Because they're going through supernatural hell. And you have to consider that their shit is different.
Right.
It's different than everybody else's.
If you don't recognize how special their situation is,
you're not listening.
Then you're not listening.
You don't care.
You don't care.
Because that's what Naaman felt. This guy didn't care. He had his dude boy give me the answer. He had his number 2 to just sit back here and sun me.
Look me in the eye and tell me.
Shalom, Naaman. You Naaman? Go on Jordan every set of times and it'll be gone, man. You have a good day, bro. What? That's it? Why is it that? It's that simple? Well, my problem is that simple. I'm having this lifelong hell with these different blocks in my skin and use the answer just dipping some water.
But a lot of our problems, we're exaggerators. That's a part of lying. There's lying by omission, which is not telling all the information. There's also lying by exaggeration. And we exaggerate issues and complicate issues because we're out the spirit. If it's that challenging and that difficult and that complicated, most times I'm not the what?
Author confusion.
If it's that confusing, that means there's some lack of spirituality.
And there's some vanity to it.
Yeah.
You want to feel special about this. You want to feel like you matter.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I know I'm subject to that because like I'll get a counsel, bro, and I want like a supernatural event to happen to confirm the counsel. I went to HEB and the fruit was yellow, and the brother told me. The brother told me he's wearing a yellow shirt.
And the yellow bird flew over to that.
Hey, yellow bird.
Yeah, why he told you that?
This is the counsel.
Yeah.
This is the way.
And there was a yellow worm on the tree. So, that confirmed that was you need confirmation now.
Yeah, that's it's got to be true.
Because you know what we want is we want the council to match the grandiose pride that we have.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we want. We want the council to match our level of pride of who we think we are. The Most High said there's no temptation that has come upon you that is not common to man. That means every man got a problem. Everybody got problems. Your problems ain't special. Naaman was not the first guy in the history with leprosy.
Leprosy, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You're not that important.
He wanted, like I said, a supernatural experience.
Yeah.
Exactly, because we want to tell ourselves that what we're going through is so important.
Yeah.
Moses said all flesh is grass. So how important is your grass? Well, why is your grass is St. Augustine is special, is more special than the other grass up on the Conan that was Bermuda
I got
tip?
the St. Augustine.
I got St. Augustine is special. It's more special than Bermuda tip.
See, because y'all don't understand.
Listen, I need extra water because I'm Bermuda. I need more attention.
Yeah.
Get out of here, man. Your issue is no different than this other person's issue. The answer is the answer is the answer. Elisha told the wife of Obadiah, just get you some pots, man.
Yep.
That's it.
Go get a lot
Close the door. Get as many pots as you can. Close the door. fill up the oil. That's it.
And I secretly want you to convince my doubt. Because it's like telling brothers to call more customers. Listen, you're at zero. The answer is call more customers. I'm like, listen, man, I got a lot of doubt.
It's got to be more than that.
You got to give me some kind of magical scientific calibration concept. But listen, bro, the answer is to keep calling customers.
Yep.
The answer is to keep studying. The answer is to ask for counsel. The answer is to write the instructions down and follow. The answer is to move, to get confirmation before you move.
Hey, you know what you do? You know when they don't want to listen to it, there's a dead silence on the phone?
Yeah.
You give him the answer and you're like this. Okay, so that means he's telling me that you need more. You need more than the answer I give you. Okay, let's sit back here and slow the concept down. And I'm going to repeat what I'm saying. But I'm going to stretch out I'm going to explain it with more depth. Because what I'm giving you is not enough. I can't count on my hand how many I've counseled brothers. And they're like this. I'll give the answers quick to the point like this. Con. I'm like, I know damn well this guy doesn't see what I just told him, man. It's a pause, and it's like, Con. I'm like, okay.
Or you
do you understand what I'm saying?
Or you give it to him, you give him the counsel, and then right before y'all hang up, like act like you about to hang up, like you got it out.
You got it out. You good? You got it?
Yeah, I got it out. You just didn't understand. Shalom.
So you got to call him back.
Yeah. So then you have.
Listen, I'll go ahead and finish talking.
Yeah.
You ask him if you understood.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hang with. I'm gonna leave it on that.
Or I'm gonna call W.I. real quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, what? I just gave you the answer. You want another answer now?
Yeah.
Counsel's the counselor.
Yeah. But you know what? It didn't match my pride.
Or what happened is this. Sometimes, and I know sometimes when I was younger, really, I would jump the gun in the council. A person would sit back here and start explaining the problem. And because I don't let them finish all the whole conversation, I already know the answer. I know the answer like 2 minutes in. But if I cut it too quick, you got to let them finish the entire conversation. Because if you don't let them finish, then you don't understand what I'm going through.
You don't understand?
You didn't hear me out.
I got this, I got to get off my chest.
Yeah.
Then I want to listen to you. So you almost got to listen to like 10 more minutes of hullabaloo just to sit back here and say what you're going to tell them 2 minutes
ago. Because really what they want to do is blow up on you.
Exactly.
And then hear them out. They didn't really want the answer.
They didn't want the answer.
They wanted somebody.
They just want the vent.
They wanted the vent.
But the answer is here.
Kanye didn't want the answer.
Yeah.
This Sway told him, hey, bro, why don't you get your own stuff and get your own platform, and you can do it. You can do the same thing you're doing now with your celebrity, with your fame. You can do it on your own platform. You don't need those people. And 10 years later, you're going to look it up on YouTube. Look up Sway Had the Answers by Kanye. and then kind of like, he's smiling. And like, yeah, people were upset. Because they were supposed to say Sway didn't have the answers, but Sway had the answers. A lot of times people do have the answers to our problems. We just don't want to accept the answers.
Right.
That's why we stay sick. We stay sick, okay, I'm tired as hell. Okay, drink some juice, brother. Oh no, that's gotta be some astaxanthin and some mushrooms.
Astaxanthin? Astaxanthin?
Yeah, astaxanthin is a special nutrient. I suppose
it's a special nutrient.
It's found in salmon. It's the red nutrient in salmon. It's the red nutrient in salmon. When you see the salmon, the redness of the salmon, the phytochemical that turns that salmon red.
Phytochemical? That's awesome.
That turns it red is astaxanthin, and it's supposed to help you have the same endurance. You got
the fishes moving.
You're like, damn.
You feel like the.
I have extra power because of this astaxanthin that's in there, and they say if you give it to athletes, it helps them run longer distances. They run longer.
They don't go opposite the water. They go opposite the stream because they got the phytochemicals.
That's what I'm saying.
They're going against the stream, right?
I want some of that. I want that. That's what I want. I feel if I had that, I would have energy out to finish my job. I wouldn't be so tired. I could clean my room. I can counsel my rib. Take care of my family. I work the job.
I got the final.
I'm always at the work. I just get if I get that little chemical right there, I could have my whole house in order. Right? Like really,
It's like a 7 limit. You gotta tell, brother. Like just garlic.
It's not. No, I need the red chemical out of the salmon.
A list of things.
It's not exciting enough. We simply want to be entertained. We're not taking our
and we want to think our problem is deeper than what it is.
Yeah.
We think our problem is deeper and is more complex than what it is. It's just complex to us because we're wicked.
Yeah.
It's just the wicked don't understand.
Yeah.
The answer is simple, but our wickedness makes it complex. And when a person gives us a simple answer, we don't want to hear that.
Just be an example.
Yeah.
Consistently.
If you're tired, you know what you mean? Then go to sleep at a better time.
Yeah. No, that's not the answer.
That's not the answer.
Why did just go to sleep an hour earlier than you normally do? And stop BS in the middle of the night. Why are you up all night on the internet? Why you don't go to sleep? Why? What time do you go to sleep? Oh, it doesn't matter, man. It has a lot to do with things. And the real answer is what's your sleep schedule?
I don't want to tell you.
I need some more. I need the answers. Listen, the answer is
about 3:30.
What time you going down to sleep? You're an older person. You can't be up running the street like you're 20 years old again. Go down at 11, 12 o'clock. How about that?
That's too
late. Hell no. I can't live my life doing that shit. Well, then there's the problem. We want to sit back here and take herbs and liquids and things so I can sit back here and live my life at my pace and still have energy to sit back to the Most High. It doesn't work.
That's me, melatonin.
Melatonin, herbs, what was that red herb you said?
Astaxanthin.
Astaxanthin of the fishies, the fish species.
Yeah.
So many, it's true. But
we're liars. The Bible says Israel's liars. But we lie to ourselves. We lie to ourselves because
you said astaxanthin. Astaxanthin.
Yeah, it's not.
Word of the day, astaxanthin.
Yeah. If I get,
do they have it in GNC Act?
Listen, bro.
Let's get some astaxanthin at GNC Act, and everything will be okay.
Listen, I remember we used to do the workout
through the roof.
He's going through the roof.
Listen, we were at the field. Shashawan and bros were doing these.
It was that one you give an idiot too. What's that? Saffron and astaxanthin and miracle herbs.
You gotta have it.
Anyway,
and chia seed, believe it or not. But like we're doing these crazy workouts, bro. Shashawan's bear crawling all day. I'm under him. I can't be like he's telling everybody to do it. I'm like, I'm breaking down in front of the man. We can't do it, brothers. We can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do that. It looks really bad. It's just like, why am I following this guy? Man? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, you know what? I gotta get some chia seeds, bro. I read that the Native Americans in Mexico, they're in the Table Humera. They're running in the mountains for thousands, like hundreds of miles. Even the women are running hundreds of miles, and they take chia seeds, and the chia seeds go in your stomach, and it stops the sugar production. So that scientifically, because the sugar doesn't burn as fast, it slows the burning of the sugar, which allows you to last longer during the bear crawl. Right? So I'm like, that's the answer.
That's the answer, right?
But the answer was really stop eating hot dogs before you get to the
Yeah.
That's the real answer. It tastes better. Cotton ball is sitting there spinning.
It's spinning. The hot dogs are spinning.
It's like that. It smells good. Gas.
It's getting a full circular cook. It's getting cooked all the way through.
It tastes really. You know it tastes good. It's $2 for $1, bro.
And you know they got wheat bread now. They got wheat bread now.
Oh no, that make you feel
it's bad. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So is the answer stop eating hot dogs before workouts, or is the answer get some chia seeds? We're liars, bro. We're liars. We want to.
You want to have the hot dog and the chia seeds.
You don't want to give up nothing.
I don't want to give nothing up because my flavors are more important to me than not feeling like crap.
That's gas station soda too. That's
yeah.
That's the whole thing. Like the soda go with it. And the chips and some Doritos too.
Brothers be at the field throwing up like meat chunks out.
Yeah.
All facts, bro.
And brothers are just abusing the brothers. Why are brothers abusing the men? They worked all day. They're eating hot dogs before workouts, and then they're running miles and doing bear crawls. And now because they're throwing up, we're abusing men. No, men are abusing themselves. Men are abusing themselves because we want to fit in us in the equation.
That's perfect. Listen, let's continue in the Bible. This is perfect. Everything was perfect in that last 15, 20 minutes. It was perfect. It was perfect. You have to let those things run and let them just run their course out. It was perfect. Let's continue.
Where's verse 10, sir?
Yes, read that.
2 Kings chapter 5, verse 10. And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean.
Yes, read on.
But Naaman was wroth, and went away, and said, Behold, I thought he would surely come out to me, and stand.
That's it right there.
And listen to me, listen to his story. This Naaman wanted to tell him his story, tell him where his upbringing came from, the mean streets of Damascus.
Yeah,
he was catching hell.
Yeah, he wanted to hear it, huh?
He went from the bottom to the top. He went the whole story in the pomp and circumstance, huh?
How was your journey?
He went the journey, his life, where he came from, how he fought all these wars.
Yeah.
He wants to make it bloviate himself up so that he would get some respect and a connection. They should like, man, go on, get your ass in the water, you'll be alright, man. I'm doing this so that the Most High can show his power to the world. That's it. Ain't nothing more than that.
We want to tell our story. We want to tell our story.
God want to tell our story and feel good and get the connection and get all the fun feelings and stuff like that. Ain't about that. You're a nation anyway, bro. I'm doing this so that the whole nation can see that the Most High is with Israel. That's it, man. Read on. That's why Elisha didn't want his money. I don't want your money. I want nothing from you, bro. I don't want a connection. I don't want your money. I'm here to show, get you healed so Naaman can sit back and talk about how the Lord is real too.
But it hurts because we secretly want to bribe.
Yeah.
Men want to bribe and have a way to manipulate the spirit through friendship. But sometimes it's just not about the friendship. It's about the answers that God gives you.
God, bro.
And it's not about you trying to have an inside connection to the spirit. But just like we talked earlier, just follow instructions.
God. But you know what? Just following instruction eliminates all vanity. Eliminates all secret motivations. All unpure motivations. And this is the whole process that Elisha did. It eliminates, it can be looked upon like you don't care, but also it eliminates all the secret purposes and motivations behind all these things.
Yeah.
Just get out, go in the water and do your job, and you're going to see the result. And you're going to know the Most High is real. The Israel's going to know the Most High is real. And you're going to sit back here and possibly tell people in Syria how the Most High is real. What else we got to do with this? People want to get their palms greased. They want to feel good. That's vanity. People want something out the deal versus the result. More than the result. That's what it is vanity. This approach killed the motivations. Read on.
Verse 11. But Naaman was wroth and went away and said, Behold, I thought he would surely come out to me and stand and call on the name of the Most High his power and strike his hand over the place and recover the leper.
He wanted to feel special. He wanted to see the Most High happen in real time. Yeah. Show his power right in front of him.
Prove to me that you're real.
Khan.
That was his doubt talking.
Khan. It was doubt, pride. And it was also you want that feeling. He wanted to sit back and feel special and important. And have this man, the Most High, look at him and say the Most High is with you and he loves you. And nah, bro. Go in the water, you'll be all right. 7 times. Read on.
Verse 12. And are not Abana and Pharpar rivers of Damascus better than all the waters of Israel? May I not wash in them and be clean? So he returned and went away in a rage.
This dude was vexed. Now in the Bible commentary it says Naaman turned from Elisha's house angry for 2 reasons. His pride had been offended by Elisha's offhanded treatment of him. He had expected a cleansing ceremony in keeping with his own dignity.
See that?
Because listen, he had a level of pride and he wanted a ceremony. He wanted somebody the ceremony, he wanted the experience. He wanted to wear white garments.
Yeah.
He wanted to wear white clothing and feel spiritual. He didn't get none of that, G. So he wanted
all the bells and whistles.
He wanted the cleansing ceremony. And he says he resented having been told to wash in a muddy river that he considered inferior to Abana and Pharpar, rivers in his hometown. The waters of Jordan, he thought, could not possibly do him any good.
So he wanted this council to meet his expectations for it to make sense to him.
Because guess what? He wanted to get healed and his pride get nurtured.
His ego stroke.
Right.
Exactly. He wanted the ego to be stroked. That's why, and that's the reason why what we just talked about. People want their ego stroked out. They want to feel more important than they really are. We're nothing.
And when you read verse 1 of this chapter that you read verse 1 real quick.
2 Kings 5:1. Now Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man.
So as great as he was, that puffed him up.
Yep.
Being that he was a great man, and the fact that he had made himself somebody, of recognition and renown. Read on.
Was a great man with his master and honorable, because by him the Most High had given deliverance unto Syria.
But what didn't he recognize with all his greatness? Who was using him the whole time?
The Most High.
The Most High was using him the whole time.
And you're just an instrument. You're
Yeah,
just a tool.
But his ego was inflated, although the Most High was the one that was actually using this man to solidify victories for Israel.
Yep.
And read real quick. Read Romans chapter 9, just on that point. Read Romans chapter 9 and verse 22.
Romans 9:22.
17 and 22.
Oh. Romans 9:17. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up.
What was the Most High doing with Pharaoh?
Raising him up.
Raising him up. So the Most High raised a man up. But a man sometimes will get so inflated he'll think it's him. He'll think it's me.
Yeah.
I did this victory. I caused these victories.
Yeah.
I brought victory under my hand. I subdued kingdoms. I subdued nations.
Wow.
I had people under my authority.
Yep.
He said, but people fail to recognize who's on the back end raising you up and giving you this authority, giving you this power. Read on.
Even for the same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee.
So but you know what? Man don't want to give, when it's time to give the Most High his due and his credit, men want to retain that glory.
Credit for himself.
They want it for themselves. They don't want to give that over to the Most High. Read verse 22.
Verse 22. What if the Most High, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known?
And that's what the Most High was doing with Pharaoh. He was using Pharaoh just to exemplify himself. Read on.
Endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction.
The Most High said, I only dealt with you long enough so that people could eventually believe in me and not in your deities and not in your gods, nor your power, nor your strength. So the Most High sometimes will bring a man up just to reflect his power through that man. And then when it's time to give the Most High the glory, the man wants to walk away with the glory. It don't work like that. You don't get to take the glory that the Most High deserves and give it to yourself and walk away in the sunset as if you were the one who controlled, or it was through your wisdom or through your smarts or through your intellect that you figured it out. I'm the one that did these things. The Most High been using us as instruments the whole time. You know what I'm saying? And if you want this glory, then you're not recognizing who is the one that's giving you the power in the first place. You know what I'm saying? There's a misunderstanding. And so the Most High uses individuals like Naaman, like Pharaoh, just to come back on the back end and show how strong he is. And that's what Elisha was doing. Man, the Most High is the one that healed. But you think it's your pride. You think it's your image. You think
Your
it's
ingenuity.
your ingenuity, your opinion, your intellect. And it's a reality check when you realize it's not none of those things. It's a hardcore reality check. And that's why this man is going away disappointed. Let's go back to the first one. That's a disappointment, man. But when it wasn't your wisdom. You thought it was you. Thought it was me. Yeah.
It's coming to I'm not going to finish it off. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish off the second part. I'm not going to do it. Like that every day. I had to. Let's keep going.
You want 12 again?
No, let's go 13.
2 Kings 5:13. And his servants came near and spake unto him and said, My father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing, wouldest thou not have done it?
If there was some great ceremony, would you do it now? Yeah, he's like my Lord. Listen, if it was a big pomp and circumstance, and you had horns blowing and white garments everywhere, you do it.
Yeah.
But because you're not feeding your ego, you don't want to do it. So come on, man, this is your chance to get the leprosy off you. You gotta let that pride go. Read on.
You know that you read it before that the leprosy in the first place was put on a person to show that there was an issue with the pride.
Yep.
It was an attack on a person's pride.
Yes, it was.
Now, do we have that somewhere? I know
that's in the Josephus.
You got it?
It's in the Josephus too.
Yeah, the leprosy, which is the visual.
It's a distemper of the mind.
It's a distemper of the mind, but it's directly associated with pride.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know you brought it up before.
2 Chronicles 26, right?
I don't know. No, it's not. It's in the Josephus, and it goes into the law of the leper. It's around that time in the Josephus, the law of the leper. What's that?
Well, 2 Chronicles 26 and 19 was talking about Uzziah.
Yeah, that was Uzziah. Yes, but also when you read that, go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read that, and then the understanding of it is in the Unger's dictionary, if I'm not mistaken. When you look up Uzziah, read that right there.
2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 19. Then Uzziah was wroth and had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was wroth with the priest, the leprosy even rose up in his forehead.
Yeah, because the reason why the Most High caused the leprosy to rise in his forehead, because Uzziah he thought it was his pride that caused him to get to a certain level or brought him to victory. It's here in hold on one second.
Nah, it's got to be.
It was in the pride. It was in the Josephus. You brought it up in the Josephus one time.
It's in the Josephus. I think it's in book 3. Let me see, book 3, chapter 11. Let's see, book 3. Y'all keep going. I'm gonna look for it.
It was let me see.
Yeah, I think it's right here.
Chapter 11?
It's book 3, chapter 11, and I think it's paragraph 3.
Yeah.
I'll read it. You got it? You got it?
Yeah, line 264. Or really the whole paragraph, right?
Yeah, let's do paragraph 3, the whole paragraph 3.
Book 3, chapter 11, paragraph 3, page 96.
Yep, this is it right here.
He also ordered that those whose bodies were afflicted with leprosy and who had a gonorrhea should not come into the city.
The clap or leprosy was a no-no. Read on.
Now he removed the women when they had their natural purgations to the 7th day, after which he looked on them as pure and permitted them to come in again. The law permits those also who have taken care of funerals to come in after the same manner.
After 7 days. Read on.
When this number of days is over. But if any continue longer than that number of days in a state of pollution, the law appointed the offering 2 lambs for a sacrifice, the one of which they are to purge by fire, and for the other the priests take it for themselves. In the same manner do those sacrifice who have had the gonorrhea. But he that sheds his seed in his sleep, if he go down into cold water, has the same privilege with those that have lawfully accompanied with their wives. And for the lepers, he suffered them not to come into the city at all, nor to live with any others, as if they were in effect dead persons.
Yeah, a leprous person was like a dead person. Read on.
But if anyone had obtained by prayer to the Most High the recovery from that distemper, and had gained a healthful complexion again.
So once again, the leprosy was based on the outward leprosy was a direct reflection on the inward distemper. And distemper definition, literally an undue or unnatural temper, or a disproportionate mixture of parts, disease, malady, indisposition, any morbid, well, it is want of, let me see, Bad constitution of mind. That's the one.
Number 4.
Bad constitution of mind is a distemper. And that's why a person has leprosy in the first place. Now that bad constitution of mind can work in war. And he was the war general for the king of Syria. So you can have that bad, crazy constitution of mind in war terms, but in diplomacy it can't happen. Then with brothers and sisters it can't happen. So a bad constitution of mind, undue predominance of a passion or an appetite. Really is some narcissism in it. Gotta sit back here and kind of explains what that distemper is. Want of due balance. I'm glad we brought this up. Want of due balance or parts or opposite qualities and principles. It says, as the temper and distemper of the empire consists of contraries. So it's just saying that there's a lot of contradictions in it. There's a lot of contradictions in how you process things. There's a lot of imbalance
And inconsistency.
Inconsistency and imbalance in your mind. You might be clear in here, but you're disconnected here. You're sharp here, but you're totally off kilter with how you look at this situation. That distemper, that imbalance, is what is inside of you, but it's reflected in the leprosy outward. You want to pull
this is it talks about this probably psoriasis
put that in
for leprosy does not until a very late stage cover all the body. Hold on one second. It says the fathers regarded leprosy. This is out of the International Bible Encyclopedia. The fathers regarded leprosy as typical of heresy, rather than moral offenses. So also it's somebody that's trying to take the church a different direction, or the believers a different direction. It also talks about, you said something in that definition of leprosy also, it talks about an imbalance, or what did it say?
Want of due balance, meaning you're lacking due balance.
When you look at leprosy is a recession of all the skin cells that are uniform. So when you have a blotch in your skin, you have a disease or you have a leprosy, that's the imbalance of the skin cells. All the skin cells are not uniform. So what the Most High is showing is, He's showing you on top of your skin that the skin cells are not uniform because the way you think is not uniform. The way you think is out of order.
It's irregular.
It says no moderation. There's no moderation. There's a lack of moderation and a lack of to deprive of temper. No temperament.
I mean, your temperament's never the same.
And you're not moderate. You're not the same guy every day.
You're not the same person. So those skin cells are not the same. Because the Most High is about uniform and uniformity. So this is why He said don't mix the fabrics, don't mix the seeds. You know what I'm saying? Don't if you got a leprosy, that's an irregular defect of the normality of the skin cells. Because what He's showing through the outward reflection of a person's body is what's going on mentally. So it's a sign of the irregular thought process of a person. And that's what I was trying to get into, but I couldn't find it exactly the way you're saying it in particular. But as far as Uzziah, his pride got the best of him, and that's why the Most High put that leprosy right on his forehead, because that's where the pride was located. It was located in his head. So the Most High made it known that's where your thoughts is where your pride is at. Or your thoughts are full of pride. No problem. I'm gonna put that leprosy right on your forehead so everybody can see it. And you can see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. We'll get back to this. Man, there was more to it. I just can't find it right now.
Listen, believe me, we're going to go into this soon. 2 weeks probably. So we're going to go into it now. We're going to more in depth talk. But let's go. Let's get it because it's almost 2 o'clock.
No problem.
So okay, listen. So we got that with the distemper and how Naaman has the distemper. He had that mental imbalance anyway. So he wanted that acknowledgement, that respect, and that praise either way. So we're going to let that go. And let's get back into 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 4. I'm sorry, it's 5. You're right, it's 5.
You want 13?
Let me sit back and adjust this on the thing. It's 5 and what, sir?
You want 13 again?
Let's do 13.
2 Kings chapter 5, verse 13. And his servants came near and spake unto him and said, My father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing, wouldest thou not have done it? How much rather then, when he saith to thee, wash and be clean?
He's giving you the answer. Get out of what you expected and what you want, and still focus on the solution. The solution was provided. Read on.
Verse 14. Then he went down and dipped himself 7 times in Jordan, according to the saying of the man of the Most High. And his flesh came again like unto the flesh of a little child, and he was clean.
Yeah, that baby skin, that's baby skin. Better than that old grown man rough leather skin that you get when you're out here in the sun all day long. You got that leather skin, leather hands, leather arms.
That crocodile skin.
That crocodile skin you got the supple skin that good skin. It's, what did it say? It talked about no, we're good. So it was like baby skin again. It was perfect. So let's keep going.
Verse 15. And he returned to the man of the Most High, he and all his company, and came and stood before him. And he said, Behold, now I know that there is no power in all the earth, but in Israel.
But this was why he did it. This is why Elisha did it. It was to continue to remind the people, listen, there is no other power but the power of Israel. Stop following Baal. Stop following idols. Come back to me. You know the Most High knew? The Jews seek a what? So I got to keep creating signs to lock them in. The structure ain't enough, the kingdom ain't enough. I got to keep giving them signs. Keep showing them reminders that the Most High is real. All these miracles are reminders and signs to wake up Israel. Read on.
Now I know that there is no power in all the earth but in Israel. Now therefore I pray thee, take a blessing of thy servant.
So he said, listen, what can I give you? I pray, let me give you something for all what you did to me.
Which is natural.
Come on. It was natural. Read on.
But he said, as the Most High liveth, before whom I stand, I will receive none.
Because the greatest gift was that the word was going to spread, and hopefully Israel was going to receive it and value it and change and repent.
Which is the gift, the word is the word.
The gift is that the people get taught, people get lessons. That was all that mattered. Read on.
Come. I pray thee, take a blessing of thy servant. Come on, sir. But he said, as the Most High liveth, before whom I stand, I will receive none. And he urged him to take it, but he refused. And Naaman said, shall there not then, I pray thee, be given to thy servant 2 mules, burden of the earth? For thy servant will henceforth offer neither burnt offering nor sacrifice unto other gods, but unto the Most High.
Now this verse kind of sounds confusing, but what he's saying is, if I can't give you anything, can I take some of the earth from where I stand now and put 2 mules full of earth that I can take back to my hometown, and I can start sitting back here and serving the Most High with this holy earth?
I don't understand that.
What's that?
Well, I know it said that angel said that this is holy ground. Is that like a Assyrian?
Well, it was still religious. It's going to explain in the commentary. It says, where did it go? It was, what verse is that again?
Verse 17.
Yep. It said, since Elisha would not take anything, Naaman asked him to give as much earth as he could carry back to Damascus on 2 mules. He intended to use this in making an altar to the Lord.
Okay, I get you.
So he was trying to sit back here. You know, they didn't know the Most High. So in their little overly religious mindset, if I take the earth from this land,
superstition,
I can have a greater consciousness of the Most High with this earth that I'm using to make an altar in the eyes of the Heavenly Father.
And we do that. I met this nation one time.
I don't want to say Israel, but the 9.5 tribes, they sit back here and make little shrines in their own room.
Yeah.
Our Lady of Guadalupe and all these candles and all this stuff, rosary beads and stuff. That's their connection. That's their altar and their connection to the Most High.
It makes it real to them.
Exactly. And so Naaman's doing the same thing and is asking to use the soil from Israel as a memorial to sit back and be conscious of the Heavenly Father.
That's like a keepsake. You know what I'm saying? It's a keepsake. It's something that I can take with me to say as a reminder if I ever start doubting. let me look at this and let me remember what the Lord, the God in Israel did for me. Because before he said a couple verses up, he says, now I know that there's a God only in Israel.
Good.
So now he was solidified.
This Israel land.
Yeah.
If I take this earth, then I'm taking God with me.
Yeah.
If I'm taking the soil with me, I'm taking God with me.
But it shows what level we're on when we have to live. And I'm not dissing it.
It was carnal. It says it. It says Naaman proposed to worship only the Most High himself, but superstition shaped his thinking. It was superstitious. Right. Him bringing dirt wasn't going to be the Most High is going to follow him.
You would think
the Most High follows you anyway.
But you would think this the fresh skin he had.
Yeah.
Would be the reminder.
Our people do it today. Our people go overseas, go to the beach. They cross the globe. They bring some sand back from Iraq, and they bring some sand back from the desert.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I went to Florida. I bring sand back. I went on vacation. I collect rocks from wherever I stay. Our people do it to this day. Just as a memorial. I brought something back with me. You know what I'm saying?
And this is a reminder of me getting taken care of. That's just the superstitious carnal man that he was. It wasn't bad. It was a superstitious and carnal. So we got that, right?
God.
The fun part's coming up next. Let's keep going.
Verse 18. In this thing the Most High pardoned thy servant.
He says also, but with this, please pardon what I have to do, because I'm the number 2 to the king of Syria. Read on.
That when my master goeth into the house of Rimmon to worship there.
So when my master sits back here and serves the Syrian god, read on.
And he leaneth on my hand, and I bow myself in the house of Rimmon.
He says, because my king is the king, and he goes to the house to the Syrian god Rimmon, I have to adhere to what he does and go in this house too. I don't believe it no more, but I'm going to sit back and oblige my king. Read on.
When I bow down myself in the house of Rimmon, the Most High pardoned thy servant in this thing.
He says, pardon me that I go in this house. I have to oblige my king. But my heart's not there. Read on.
And he said unto him, go in peace.
You're like, do what you got to do, bro. It's cool. Read on.
So he departed from him a little way. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of the Most High, said, behold.
So listen, what he's about to say is his justification to ask for something.
Right.
This is how the narrative he creates to justify getting what he wants.
His self-interest.
Yeah, but he's not going to say, I just want to have things. Listen to what he says.
Behold, my master hath spared Naaman, this Syrian.
So listen, my master has spared it. What does that mean?
He didn't deserve it.
Well, he didn't deserve it. We're enemies. The Syrians are natural enemies to us. He spared them. We should be yai-quabbing these nations. We should be yai-quabbing the nations. We should be using the nations. We should be taking advantage of the nations. We're justified to take from them. If it was me, I would have yai-quabbed those dudes. That's been a statement in Israel as long as I've been in and way before I got in. Well, yai-quabbing Esau. You should be yai-quabbing Esau, taking the kingdom one yai-quab at a time. So he's sitting back here saying, man, you know what? My master Elisha spared Naaman. We could have took him and yai-quabbed him and got something from him. So I'm going to get something from him because we should be yai-quabbing the nations. Taken from the nations. This is the justification to feed his greed.
Yeah.
That's the point.
It's his mind for independent.
Independent, but I'm gonna use a nationalistic justification. I'm gonna use the grudge and the battles that we have. Because when you read leading up to this, they were fighting with Syria all the time.
Yeah.
David was fighting the Syrians. The Syrians, remember the Syrians during the time of Saul, they were gonna sit back here and make the Hebrews poke out their right eyes.
Oh, worse.
So that you would sit back here and use your left eye to shield your fight. So if I'm using my left arm to shield, I can't see what's in front of me. I'm crippled. Your right arm was to use to fight with your weapon, and your left hand was your shield hand. The king of Syria was like, we're going to take out your eye. Now you can't sit back here and fight.
Plus the Syrians just took Ahab's everything out the temple when Ahab was king.
Gone. So there was beef with the Syrians for the longest. Remember, the Most High sat back here and delivered Ahab against the Syrians first.
Yep.
And he sat back here and said, the king is my friend, my brother.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So there's been beef with the Syrians. So Gehazi is using that beef and the strife to justify getting what he wants.
But there's something that's not right in them.
Exactly.
If I can bring this up real quick, Colossians chapter 3 verse 5 real quick. So even when, you can serve the Most High, but if there's something not right in you, it will still be a defect in your servitude and worship to the Most High. Read that right there, Colossians chapter 3 verse 5.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 5. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth.
That's why when you serve the Most High, you still got to eliminate the things that's in you that you still have that's off. Those desires that you have that's off. That ill nature that's inside of you that's off. Read on. Because it will manifest itself within your worship of the Most High. Read on.
Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth.
Go ahead.
Fornication.
What is fornication? That's one of the things you got to eliminate while you serve the Most High. Read on.
Uncleanliness.
Uncleanliness. Go ahead.
Inordinate affection.
Inordinate affection. What else?
Evil concupiscence.
Evil concupiscence. What else?
And covetousness.
And that's what I want to get to. It says and covetousness, right?
God.
What was in Gehazi that caused him to want to go back and grab Naaman?
Covetousness.
It was covetousness. Man, you don't want them jewels. You don't want what this man got to offer.
But it was also, listen, it was covetousness, but it was masked behind, these are the enemies of our nation.
Right.
We should take what's theirs, because they've taken from us. Don't forget, in the beginning of chapter 5, you dealt with the fact that the Syrians had gone out by companies, verse 2, and had brought away captive out of the land of Israel a little maid. They were sitting back here and taking little cities up in the northern kingdom and bringing captives back to the Syrian nation. So what's the concept? These guys are our enemies. We're justified to take from them. But the real reason, it was covetousness in Gehazi, but I'm going to use the narrative and the strife between Israel and Syria to justify my covetousness. It wasn't about honor. It wasn't about the lesson. I have to create a narrative to justify my covetousness. He didn't say, I really want what I want. What did verse 20 say? He said, behold, my master has spared Naaman the Syrian in not receiving at his hands that which he brought. I mean, he was supposed to take all this shit this man brought. Then he says, but as the Lord liveth, I will run after him and take somewhat of him. I'm going to take it because we deserve it. I'm going to take it because we're still at war with these guys. And we're justified to take what they've taken from us. You see what he's saying? That's what he's justifying in being covetous. He was really being covetous, but it was masked under the idea that we're justified to take these things.
We deserve those. We deserve that.
And my master let him off the hook.
Yeah.
We got a Yaquab. He's getting classed by Yaquab all the time. Yaquab and Esau. Yaquab, get back. They took back from us. We will get 100-fold. We're going to get double what was done unto them. Right. That's when the Most High gives us the kingdom. Not going to the damn Walmart and taking some damn, doing some nigga hustles,
Justify breaking the commandments.
But that's what we'll do. We'll sit back and do nigga hustles. We getting back at Esau. We gonna take the kingdom. Like, no, bro, what are you doing, That's just you want some free shit.
Right. And
how about that one?
And that's what
you want you want screens and shit. Well, you want televisions and shit.
Well, hide it behind.
You want some petty theft. We getting back at Esau. We really getting back at Esau.
Five down crap.
We gonna get shit from the dollar store. Yeah. You getting back at Esau and robbing the dollar store act?
Robbing the Walgreens.
That bullshit is that act.
It's ours anyway.
That's the damn narrative.
All things were credit for Israel.
Huh?
All things were credit for Israel.
That's what I'm saying. It's for Israel. This is our king. We're supposed to take the kingdom, right? No. You're supposed to pay your bills, pay your creditors, render unto Caesar with Caesar, and wait for the Most High to give you the kingdom, sucker. God. Israel be so full of crap, the white man going down. And we can steal at Walmart and take shit, and little bit by little bit, we getting the kingdom back. I'm telling you, bro, in the 90s, that's what it was, In the 90s, it was that low-level shit, Israel, we have to grow up, In this Gehazi circumstance is exactly what Shamshuan is saying. It was the concupiscence. It was the damn, the covetousness. It was that. But that's not how he painted it. He said Yeah, we're at war with these Syrians. We deserve that. My master let this sucker off the hook. He had all this gold. Don't forget, the king brought all this gold, all these different items with him. The letter in it was 6,000 talents of gold, 10 talents of silver, changes of raiment. He gave him 10 changes of raiment. All this stuff that was given to be given to somebody else.
That means
we should be just taking from these dudes.
That means not Gehazi's eyeballs was through the roof.
Yes.
His eyeballs was big as hell.
He's like, we can sit back and so we can back. We never say, I'm going to be covetous and I really want that.
I really want it.
Yeah, you don't say that. You just say, man, for all the atrocities that the Syrian Empire has imposed on the northern kingdom.
That's the least.
Preach.
That's the least y'all can do.
All the rape, pillaging, robbery of the northern kingdom.
But
we deserve these garments.
Garments,
bro. 10 raiments.
10 garments.
I deserve some gold in my pocket. Whoa, you? Anyway, I'm just telling you the narrative of how Israel thinks to justify their covetousness, and that's the truth, Was you gonna say that?
No, our nation.
I'm sorry, I had to bring that point.
We follow these quote unquote these false leaders, these false civil rights leaders. They push the same narrative because you've gone through this, and this. We want this requirement right here. But really, you want black lives. You want millions of dollars in your Black Lives Matter
pockets. Grease.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter was pushing. Oh, look, George Floyd. Look what happened to him. They didn't get no money. They didn't get his family no money. All those millions of dollars went to them.
Yep.
But we something happened to black people.
You're gonna use the narrative to justify your greed.
They're gamers. And they're using the pro-black card. Even rappers do. They pretend to be pro-black, and really, I don't have any other angles to sell records.
Yeah.
I don't got no other angle. I'm not a gangster.
I'm not gonna protest and lose my endorsement deals for this.
What's his name was good for that? What's his name? Mr. Kendrick, bro.
Yeah.
You gonna use Israelite concept to sell records to look spiritual. Next album, it wasn't that serious. I'm into this doctrine now. Okay. Yeah. But you got to ride the spiritual wave, and you were the spiritual guy for about a good.
And Israel fell into that second move.
Yeah.
Kendrick's an Israelite, yeah.
But
Kodak's an Israelite.
But they'll sing your song, and they'll tell you things you already know to win your favor, to take advantage of your ignorance or foolishness.
Yep.
Keep going, I'm sorry. You
no, that was just one last part. He said which is covetous, which is what?
Which is idolatry.
And that's ultimately what it is. What the covenant is stemming from.
Mm-hmm.
It's stemming from idolatry. Because you still worship idols, and you still worship something in the idol is the imagination and the thoughts that you create. And that's something that's really what was not exposed until the end. That's what Gehazi proved, and that's why Elisha's going to check him right here, because he's showing him, listen, your desire, your inward desire, your idolatry is feeding your covetousness to want to go after Naaman and get this money.
Yep.
And get these chains of the clothes.
Got it.
Because that idolatry is the gods that we create in our mind that justify our reasons to tell us why we deserve something.
This is why men create their own little doctrines within Israel, and within Israel that their teachers don't subscribe to.
Right.
Their leaders, their teachers, their elders, their scholars that have been in truth for ever and ever don't subscribe to these concepts, but they make up their own little concepts because it's good for their flesh.
Because it's good for their flesh. You know what I'm saying? And it match what's really in them. You
Come.
know what I'm saying?
And like I said, so all we're saying is everything that was Shamshon Dawiyada were explaining what's inside of his heart. What was inside of his heart wasn't what he was saying. The words that came out of his mouth to justify the covetous acts were different than the intention. But that's how we operate all the time. We say one thing, but we mean something different. We come off with a justification, but really what's inside is something completely opposite.
Yeah.
And his mentality was, we should get back from these Syrians what they've been taking from us. And this is one way we can sit back and take back from them.
You gotta spend it some. You gotta spend it some way to get what you want. You gotta turn it over. You gotta flip the scenario in your favor somehow. You gotta use something. What else? What other excuse was he gonna use to come up with at that moment?
I just want garments.
He's watching the silver and gold, and his garments leave.
It hurt. It was easy pain too.
You watching it ride off in the sun. You're like, man, I gotta think of something. You know what I'm saying? I gotta come up.
All the atrocities.
I gotta come up with something.
All the evil things these Syrians do. We deserve to get them back.
Or
that's what I'm trying to say.
Or a brother will get a rib, sleep with her, let her go, and say, well, she was a freak anyway.
Okay, bro. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Oh, she didn't want the truth.
She didn't want the truth. People
You don't teach them before, though. You don't teach them early. You get what you want, then you start teaching them. Then there's blowback. You know you're my wife, right? What?
Yeah.
Oh, see, she was wicked. She didn't want to lock in.
Yeah, she didn't want
That,
to
that had been done so many years in the past, Doc. It's crazy out.
She didn't want Christ.
No bait and switch out. She didn't want Christ.
She didn't want salvation.
She didn't want Yeshua. She didn't want the Lord out. It's horrible out. I want to bring out this one statement, then we'll go back in the topic. Gehazi became greedy of what Naaman had offered to give Elisha. Evidently, he justified his greed by reasoning that since Naaman was an Aramean, a natural enemy of Israel, he should at least be taken advantage of. It's that Yaquab spirit. I should be able to take advantage of Naaman because he's a nation.
Let's get some of it.
But that's I just keep saying that's what Israel used to push all the time, man. My justification to feed my greed and my corruptness is I'm gonna blame it on Esau. We're gonna take from Esau because they took from us. No, what was it really that you wanted? You wanted the shortcut to get things out.
Yeah.
You had a low-level mindset, and you want to sit back and shortcut achieving things and getting things and having things. So I'm gonna sit back and steal and advocate it because really I'm about shortcuts.
And that's what makes it idolatry, because idolatry is a back door to get something that you want without having to go to the Most High.
Perfect.
And that's what it is. That's what makes it idolatry. Because that's what idolatry is all about. I gotta find a quick way,
cheat code,
a fast way, a fast route to get what I want.
How to get to level 50 out?
Yeah.
Without going from 1 to 49.
Yeah. How do I get there? So I gotta come up with something.
I gotta get to Tyson out. How do I get to Tyson without fighting Soda Pop?
I'm tired of fighting
the Macho Man and all these guys. I don't want to fight Macho Man.
Last Joe.
That's easy. I don't want to go through Ball Bull and all these guys out. Anyway, but let's keep going. I think we got it, right?
Yeah.
Soda Pop, man.
Soda Pop.
I remember Soda Pop, right? Read verse 20 again.
2 Kings 5:20.
Oh, man.
But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of the Most High, said, Behold, my master hath spared Naaman this Syrian, in not receiving at his hands that which he brought. But as the Most High liveth, I will run after him and take somewhat of him.
I'm going to take him. I'm a Yaquab, man. I'm a Yaquab, man. I got to justify my Yaquab. It's for the truth. It's for the people.
Oh, brother, you ain't going to deal with it? I'll deal with it.
Ah, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to take, I deserve it. And I got to find a reason to get it. Read on.
Verse 21. So Gehazi followed after Naaman. And when Naaman saw him running after him, he lighted down from the chariot to meet him and said, Is all well? And he said, All is well. My master hath sent me.
And then he had to sit back and throw the heads card. Elisha sent me. It wasn't me. Elisha changed his mind.
Because he had authority. He wanted to see her slide the credit card. People's names and ranks.
It's crazy, bro. It happens all the time, man. Read on.
My master hath sent me, saying, Behold, even now there be come to me from Mount Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets. Give them, I pray thee, a talent of silver and 2 changes of garments.
Then he said, all these prophets are broke and they need money, so give it to me and I'll give it to the young prophet.
He's a good guy.
Because, they just came down and they said they needed something. So that whole mindset, I'm going to rob him. I'm going to take him through my crafty words.
And look good.
And, I think these young brothers need some help out. Can we sit back here and give money to their little church? They're building a church up there. We need this bread. But read on.
It's unrighteous.
Yeah, because men will insert their lust when it comes to getting what they want. There's always a job that the Most High has in store for us, but somewhere in between we'll insert what we really want, and we'll insert our lust and find a way to satisfy our pleasure and get something from the situation rather than just being a job for the Most High. It's never just a job for the Most High. It's always about, as I do my job for the Most High, how can I extract some pleasure out of it? How can I get something? I got to get something in it that I want.
It's not charity.
It's not pure, and it's not charity, and it's not true servitude to the Most High. Because I'm trying to insert my lust or something I want out of the situation. And this is what caused Akkad with the Babylonish garment to cause Israel to start losing wars. during the time of Joshua, because he just couldn't let the damn Babylonish garment go. He said, I seen it, I got it.
Want it, I seen it,
I got
want it, buy it, own it.
Because I want my image to be stroked.
Yep.
Yeah. But the Most High, even going back into Monday's class, especially for Nehemiah being a number 2 under Elisha, he should have understood that where he was at.
Or Gehazi?
No, Gehazi. I'm sorry. Gehazi should have sat back and known that with the training he received, and that's why he got hit with a penalty as hard as he did. Because with the time he was invested, he should have known that it was about giving for free.
Yeah.
He had been giving for free the entire time with Israelites. But see, he had this nationalistic prejudice to tell himself, because he was a nation, then I should get something from him. Because he wasn't tripping when it came to the poor woman or the rich woman that was an Israelite. He didn't care about that. But the nation, I want to steal from him.
He wasn't it's a justifiable.
But also
him trying to steal from the nation, he wasn't justified to steal from them. Because if it was about giving, you were supposed to give whether it was an Israelite or a nation.
Yeah.
There wasn't supposed to be anything different that you get from the nations that you would give to an Israelite. You were supposed to give either way. It wasn't partiality even with the nations.
But you know what? Also, it shows that Elisha must understood the mind of his servant too.
I know.
And the fact that this man, although this man is my servant, he really wants something on the back end.
Yeah.
He's not content with this servitude. He's not content with this lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And that's it's gonna read on. You gotta see it as we read on. He kind of know, like Elisha knew he went somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like you ain't just go all of a sudden you just spring
you
it out.
got some water.
Yeah, just when you
got
get
some
water.
water.
You know what I'm saying? He knew it was something that.
He's not that thirsty.
Yeah,
you didn't go to the well, B.
Yeah.
Or you didn't go to the outhouse.
You had to get some fresh air.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, come on.
But let's keep going. So he asked for the talent of silver and 2 changes of garments. Read on.
Verse 23. And Naaman said, "Be content."
Right, boom. But that was Naaman telling Gehazi, be content. But really, he wasn't content. Gehazi wasn't. He wasn't content.
He's like, I'm gonna give you. He says, you asked for 1 talent. I'm gonna give you 2.
Yep.
Don't even worry about it. That's light work. But what you did for me here, 2. You take 2 instead of 1.
Yep.
Read on.
Be content. Take 2 talents. And he urged him, and bound 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, with 2 changes of garments, and laid them upon 2 of his servants.
It's very close. It's very close to Spirit of Judah side.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
30 pieces of silver.
Yeah.
It's very similar. Right?
But let's keep going.
And they bare them before him. And when he came to the tower, he took them from their hand, and bestowed them in the house. And he let the men go, and they departed.
So he hit it. He hit them garments somewhere out.
Oh, come on.
He hit that money out.
You just didn't go back in the house.
Nah, but you put it in the roof somewhere out. You put it up there in an attic space or something.
Yeah,
like
he had
that.
a little cut. Yeah, he had a little cut up, a little duck off spot.
A duck off spot.
The stash spot.
A stash spot. Side.
You know, our people always got somewhere to hide something.
Or he dug it in some dirt.
Yeah.
Or he dug it. He put it in some dirt out.
Kind
Keep going now. Man, where'd you get that garment from? Oh man, I've been had this, man. I had this garment in the closet. What you talking about? I had it for a couple of years.
Ain't nothing
I just felt like rocking.
You ain't know I had this?
Dude, I forgot I had it.
That's hilarious.
I found it in my stuff.
But let's keep going.
Verse 25. But he went in and stood before his master. And Elisha said unto him, Whence comest thou, Gehazi?
Where you come from, man? You been gone for a minute. What you been doing? Read on.
And he said, Thy servant went no whither.
I didn't know well. I didn't go nowhere.
Good word.
I go as no whither.
Oh, man.
You know, I ain't going nowhere. Read on.
And he said unto him, Went not mine heart with thee?
Exactly. He says, what he said is, you didn't, wherever you went, you didn't have my mind where you went. Because he says, you were supposed to follow my mind. That's what being a servant is. It's not just about following orders. Being a servant, Yeshaya, stand up. Being a servant is supposed to be learning how to think like your head. Learning how to think how your head thinks. And this is what makes a bad servant. What it shows you is a bad servant can do what he's told. A bad wife can do what she's told, but her mind be somewhere else. If a sister's going to be a good wife, if her brother's going to be a good servant, he or she has to learn how to think like their head. Just going through vain repetitions and actions isn't good enough. If you don't learn to think like your husband, then you're subject to being cursed by the Most High too. In the world, people think you can sit back and just go through the motions, do what they're told, follow orders, and that's okay. If you don't change how you think, if you don't learn to think like your husband, you don't learn to think like the brother who's supposed to be your leader, then you're not locked in. You're not locked in, and this is why for us as leaders, we take so much time to filter out and check out the young men coming up. Because if brothers don't think like us, they're not getting ranked up. Once you take your test and you're 100, then it's about, is your mind like the mind of your heads? And if your mind is not like the mind of your heads, you're going to stay where you're at.
There's a reason why your mind's not like that. There's a reason why your mind is not like that. Because you got the Gehazi syndrome.
Yeah. That's a new thing. It's the Gehazi syndrome. The Gehazi syndrome. That's a class title.
You're injecting you.
Thinking like a G, huh?
Yeah. God,
you're injecting you in the service.
And your mind isn't patterned after your leaders. That's why it's not just about just doing what you're told. It's thinking. You have to think like the people over you. If there's gonna be synergy amongst the body, and it's that simple.
That's the Bible, bro.
That is the Bible. And he's like, your mind wasn't like me, and because there's consequences to Gehazi's mind not being like Elisha's. Continue.
No different than that one king. I forgot the name of it. Let that foreign influence in the nation.
Oh, that was Jehoshaphat.
Yeah.
Jehoshaphat allowed that foreign influence into the nation, that foreign belief system, through his wife Jezebel, and then her daughter, and almost destroyed the nation.
Athaliah.
Yeah.
Yep, that was his mom.
That was Athaliah was Jezebel's daughter.
Yeah.
And she ended up being queen of Israel, of the southern kingdom, for a short period of time. We're going to read about that.
Yeah.
She was damn queen, causing havoc.
Just like her mother.
Just like her mama. And that's why they shouldn't have married him in the first place. Anyway. But let's continue.
Verse 26. And he said unto him, went not mine heart with thee, when the man turned again from his chariot to meet thee? Is it a time to receive money, and to receive garments, and olive yards, and vineyards, and sheep, and oxen, and men servants?
Were you confirmed to do this?
No. And it wasn't the time to do it. It wasn't the time for you to come up.
Come.
The time was for the message to be pure.
Yes.
The message was supposed to be pure, and Nehemiah needed to see that this word was just pure. It was
not
about
benefiting off this person.
Exactly. That was the importance of the message. I don't want anything from you. This is a lesson between you and the Most High. But now you tainted the message. Gehazi interjected himself with his covetousness. Now the message was a little bit tainted now. Read on.
You're a prophet for hire.
Yeah. Now you're coming off like you're a hired assassin.
You're a servant. You're a service guy.
Yeah. You're a hired gun.
Yeah.
Read on now.
And sheep and oxen, and men servants and maid servants. The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave unto thee.
He said, man, that's a curse and a half, bro.
It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it.
Was it worth two shirts out? The 2 shirts out with some fringes out? Two fringe shirts and some money out?
But you can't tell somebody that when they have a scratch that they want to itch.
Yep.
When I got something in me that I want real bad, all I see is what I want.
Yep.
And then I don't think about the consequence. I don't think about the backside of what I'm exchanging for getting what I want. I don't see how it's going to punish me later or deal with me later or hinder me later on. All I see is what I want. And when men see what they want and they go for what they want, you know what I'm saying? He said when you give into your lust and lust conceives, it brings forth what? Death. It brings forth death. That's what happens when you want your lust executed so bad, it conceives. It's like a child. Your lust will have a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like a child. It conceives. But what's born of it is death. And that's the problem. Is the fact that the Most High doesn't always give us what we want because it's not the time for it. He didn't say you should never have vineyards. You should never have garments. You should never have olive yards or sheep or oxen or men servants or maid servants. He didn't say you should never have it. He just said it's not the time. All he had to do was what?
Wait.
Wait, man. The man couldn't wait. He wanted what he wanted. All you have to do is just wait for it.
But the scary part is that sometimes it takes time for a man or woman's distemper to be revealed. He had good in him, but then it takes time for your true self to be exposed. It takes scenarios and situations for what's really in your heart to be manifested, and the Most High won't even sit back here and judge you for your situation until it comes out to the forefront. Now that that covetousness really reared its ugly head is what justified that covetousness was that distemper, and it justified that leprosy that came on him. But that negative came out later on in his development. So it also shows you just don't wake up and always just have a distemper. Sometimes you go through life in the truth, and based off your choices and what's inside of you, your distemper is exposed and revealed.
You nourished it. You didn't cleanse that garbage.
And that's the point. And if you don't keep cleansing yourself, we're all subject to being exposed, our distemper being exposed. What it shows you is he had a certain level of negative in him, but it didn't really grow and really come to fruition until this period of time. So there's negative in all of us, but are we going to sit back and stay on top of that negative? Or are we going to let it grow and manifest to where it becomes a distemper?
True.
And the Most High has to sit back and keep us outside of the camp at that point. That's something we really got to be conscious of. Because this negative, that covetousness was always in him. But it grew to a point where now it became him.
Like mold.
Kinda. But
And
it grew and grew and grew.
He disagreed.
But all that disagreeing turned to the manifestation of the disagreement.
Yeah.
To where now your actions warranted that leprosy. His actions warranted that. It's still, that leprosy was a reflection of his distemper that grew to that point. It's a lesson for us. It's scary because that distemper can hit any of us. We can all evolve or devolve carnally. So we can evolve spiritually or we can devolve carnally.
So that concept, fake it till you make it, don't work.
No, you better work on it. You better fix it and until you
nix it.
I was trying to find something. You better fix it till you get nixed in it. I don't know what the hell is fix it or get nixed. And that's the reality. And that's where that dispensation of the gospel comes in. Either you sit back here and stay on top of yourself, or you're on the clock. Before that negative becomes your distemper, and he kicks you out of the damn camp anyway. He kicks you out of the body anyway. Is that?
So was Elisha showing that because we didn't want to serve the Most High, that we had to serve this nation over us for free?
Well, it was that, but the message. Don't forget, all of these miracles. The people in the world thought that serving Baal you can get cleansed and healed. Serving all these idols is how you got healed and cleansed of infirmities. All these actions were supposed to be done to show the world that it was about the Most High. Most High was the power.
He's the power.
He was the power superior to all the gods on the earth. And the message was supposed to be a pure message. It wasn't about a healing for hire or a transactional thing. This is about doing things the right way. If you came to the Most High, He would heal you. He was trying to make this interaction pure. And Gehazi's covetousness tainted it. That's what it was about. But his covetousness was manifested in this situation. We have to stay on top of the flesh in us before the things that we don't stay on top of becomes the ruin of us. Whether it turns into a distemper or it becomes the ruin of it. I've seen men get caught into their greed or their lust, and they're never the same person again. Their conversation isn't as spiritual as it used to be. How they talk, the amount of scriptures, their clarity isn't the same. This man going around now, you can tell that's not the same guy, because they allowed that negative to go so far. Now that it's a changed person, they're just not who they used to be. You understand what I'm saying? Stay on top of what's inside of us, inside of you, before it becomes a distemper. Before you become spiritually leprous. I said this guy was on point until this negative got manifested in him.
Tell you one, son.
until he got exposed. But that's anybody on a regular Tuesday. Right? All of us come in with good intentions. We better be sharp enough and circumspect, like the scripture says, about what's inside of us, so we don't get exposed like Gehazi got exposed.
I got a post right here.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Ecclesiasticus 27:3.
Ecclesiasticus 27, verse 3. Unless a man hold himself diligently.
Diligently is the key term.
Mm-hmm.
What level and degree of effort you're going to put into to make sure you're on top of yourself?
Yep.
And your mind and your thoughts.
And you follow the people above you.
Exactly.
And mirroring their thoughts.
Yeah.
You know?
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Most High, his house shall soon be overthrown.
Gehazi's house was overthrown.
Yep. His spiritual house.
Yep.
And his spiritual house became distemper, and his outside body and skin mirrored the fact that his house was overthrown. His spiritual house was overthrown internally.
Yeah.
But that can happen to each and every one of us.
Read that next verse too.
Come. Verse 4. As when one sifteth with a sieve.
It says, as one sift with the sieve. That's like when you're panning for gold. You're trying to get to the gold. And that's what the Most High is trying to get to with each and every one of us.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get to the purest point of all of us. He says, one sifted in the sieve. The Most High is going to cause a scenario to see where your heart is at all times. Go ahead.
As when one sifteth with the sieve, the refuse remaineth.
The Most High is going to put you in a situation to see how much polluted elements are still in you. So the Most High is going to keep putting you in a situation to determine, do you still got this covetousness in you? Do you still got this emulation in you? Do you still got this this lust in you? Or have you eradicated that yet? Or do you still got that independent, go for yourself mentality? The Most High is going to keep bringing situations out to sift out your dirt. Because truthfully, he wants the inward part. He wants the purest part of every man. You understand? So,
refuse. To deny the request, to decline to accept what is offered. No, that's not.
No.
That's not it.
That's to refuse. But refuse is that trash, the polluted part. You know what I'm saying? The dirtiest part of something.
I'm just gonna spell it.
Yeah.
Refuse with it. Anyway, it's all good.
It's like waste. But the Most High will put us all in situations to see what's still in us. He still wants to know. It's waste. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's that last definition.
Yeah, useless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or rejected.
So there's parts of us that's still useless.
Mm-hmm.
That part of Gehazi, that covetousness was still.
I found it's like it's right here in my face. It says worthless, of no value, left as an unworthy reception.
Yeah.
Rejected.
Yeah.
So that's the answer. And we have to sit back and all the things written for them are what? Written for our knowledge or learning. So it's super important that we take all these lessons. And it's not just the evil, wicked Gehazi. And why did he do that stupid stuff? Listen, we do it all the time. We had to stay on top of our spirit so we don't fall prey to what's inside of us. The passions and desires. But are there any questions?
Yeah, we're going to finish the last part.
I'm so sorry. We're so used to knowing the answer, we don't finish it up. Let's keep going. Verse 27.
Verse 27. The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave unto thee, and unto thy seed forever.
That's even worse, man. All your children got to sit back and deal with that craziness. Read on.
And he went out from his presence a leper, as white as snow.
Now the crazy thing is, they say in some of these commentaries that there's not a particular order in how these things went down, because as you read later on, you're going to read about Gehazi again. I doubt very seriously Gehazi was sitting back here with Elisha, being light skinned as hairlock. I think Gehazi left after
Michael
this.
Jackson, he's like, he's coming back.
So there's no vitiligo going on here. Yeah. No, I doubt he was with him. So you're going to read about Gehazi later on, but they do tell you that these events aren't necessarily in sequential order.
These are acts.
So more than likely, when we read about Gehazi, it was still when he was in the right spirit. Just keep that in mind down the line. All right? Any other questions? Okay. We were supposed to go to chapter 6, but it's going to take too long. That's 30, 40 verses. So we're going to let it go at that and finish chapter 6 and probably to 8 next week. Any other questions? We'll make sure before we going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Majim, Uponya, Yerushalayim. Well, we read earlier. We read a little bit in Josephus, but
Make sure there was nothing else in there.
no, there wasn't anything on those points. It's like Josephus doesn't go in a lot of prophecy angles or like a lot of the healing scenarios. He went back into the last time he goes into it is he goes into the Syrians when he sat back and had the chariots and Most High showed the prophet or the assistant.
Open the eyes
Yes,
up
yes.
on the surface.
That was the next time he was going to be talked about now. All right. Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua. Please listen to us right now. Send Mike Allah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharala. Also send unto us much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always, forever. Amen. Baruch Thee Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the law.
Baruch Thee Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us light to see.
Baruch Thee Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Thee Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Shaman, Zayed, Lamashah, Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works.
In the works.
Of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool.
Neither doth the fool.
Understand this.
Understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity.
And when all the workers of iniquity.
Do flourish.
Do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shall exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
Rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall be. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. There is no one righteous in him. By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'ayawa, La Duwad, Hana, Ma, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Yom, Yachad, Hashemat, Hatuah, Ayo, Ra'ash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Haran, Shayarad, Ayo, Manawaf Yawa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Roya, Tizayawan, Kaya, Sham, Azawak, Yahweh, Af, Amaraka, Chayaya, Eyes, Hallelujah, Bashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua. Rachelo Ba'Shralim Rabiath Sapayim. 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 Brak they help. Brak they help shot. Brak they help. Brak they help shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. By Shem, Yahushua, water, Yat, Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Wa'al-Shai, Wa'al-Kar Allah, Live Israel, Amaja, Barak, Turn the face, sisters, please stand, Madam Mr. Bot. Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, Live Israel, Amaja, Barak,
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Voila. Israel for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.